Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Season 9 of Arena Kings. My name is Anna-Maja Kazarian, and today I'll be hosting this week's Arena Kings. Arena Kings is, as you may know, an event in which everyone can participate, but only those that are streaming are eligible for cash prizes. So it's highly encouraged to stream. Maybe your stream will even be featured on this show. So let's move on to the format. The format of Arena Kings is a 2-hour arena with a time control of 3+0, which will definitely make for some high-speed action and exciting time scrambles. As I mentioned before, only streamers are eligible for prizes, and we have an amazing prize fund of over $2,500 weekly, with prizes for the top 16 streamers as well as rating prizes. At the end of the season, there will be a championship final with an even bigger prize fund, so definitely an event to look forward to. In order to qualify for a championship final, streamers need to score at least 10 points throughout the season. Points are scored based on participation, and if you win one of the prizes, you score more points, as you can see right here, with 10 points going to first place. So a lot of excitement, guys. I'm very looking forward to be hosting today's show, and I hope you guys are as excited as I am. So yeah, before obviously the game start in a few minutes, 2 more minutes till the start of the arena, let's have a look at the participants. So we have Hikaru playing. He actually joined last minute, guys. We have Jobava playing. Let's see who else we got. We got Benjamin Bog also playing. Many streamers. We got Krikgur, we got Srinath. That's from the names that I'm able to see here. Let's have a look. Who else we got? There's a lot of names. So if you guys want to participate, you're free to participate. It's for everyone, accessible. I saw in the chat there was a question how to join the arena. If you go to the tournaments tab, you can see it right there. You can join in, you can join out any moment in the arena, because you guys in the arena is going for 2 hours, and you're not forced to sit there for 2 hours. You can just hop in and hop out whenever you like. So a lot of flexibility right there. And yeah, I hope you guys are excited to see some high-level chess games today, because I definitely am. All right. Let's see. Let's have a look at how Hikaru is doing. How is he gonna be prepping for this this event? He seems very relaxed so far. Let's have some predictions in the chat, guys. What do you think? Is Hikaru gonna take home the first prize? Because the arena is quite complicated. It's not so simple.
I'm streaming now. I'll stream the exact same schedule. Whoa, Mr. Slinky for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mrs. Linky has gifted.
If I watch Survivor, please check out the Shanklin episode. It's beyond hilarious. I guess if I could find the Shanklin episode, I could watch it. But I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
He seems to be interacting a lot with his chat. It's just amazing.
I feel bad watching something like that. Okay, round 1 we played Jobava. Oh, right, so it's round 1. Okay.
And all right, the games have started. Let's have a look.
I don't think. This is gonna be super solid. Oh, he's gonna play E3. What is the song?
Wow, knight takes E5. That's not a move you usually see in this opening.
I mean, you can obviously castle. Okay, he's just gonna play this interesting. And now I just blundered immediately. Oy, oy, oy. He missed it. He could have traded and gone queen c2 and he was just much better, but okay. Which one do I want to play? I guess I'll play rook c8, knight f6, and g6 here. I think I already blundered here.
Okay, so he's spending some time now. So yeah, this is
a
typical. Oh, I was gonna say it's an isolated pawn structure,
wait,
but
no, it's not.
white pushed d5 right away. So now the pawn has disappeared, but now black is the one with the isolated pawn. But instead, he's a pawn up now. So that does change things.
94. Wait a second. This is absolutely the worst possible song to be playing right now, too. I'm literally. Jesus, like I can't focus. Can't even focus. I have a bad position. I can't.
Yeah, he spent some. He spent some time already. It's 3-0 by the way. So yeah, it's quite costly if you spend already so much time.
Just can't focus. This 302, right? It's 3-0, I think.
He seems to be distracted. I saw him doing the Botus Gambit speedrun earlier, so now he's a queen up against. Now he got his queen back.
Oh, and I just blundered anyway. Like I just can't. Oof.
Ooh, that's some nasty threat on h7. Yeah. He defended with g6. Ooh, it's looking a little bit shaky for black over here. Jobava seems to be playing really, really well.
Then I just lose, right? Oh, did I have bishop g? I had bishop g. Oh my god, I had bishop g5. What am I doing? I had bishop g5.
The nice part of the arena is it's for 2 hours, so if you have one loss, you can definitely come back. And the most important thing of an arena, guys, is that you keep winning, you keep stacking your points, because what matters most is that you have your streak going. If you have a bigger streak, the more points you get. So
I mean,
it's perfectly fine to lose the first game and come back in an upcoming few games. And he resigned. Wow, what a great performance by Hikaru Jobava. Great first start.
B6 was a horrible move too. Very, very poor game. Clearly watch retiring tomorrow. No, but the problem is I tilted off 50 points at the end of a long stream. 3 losses in a row. Yeah, I don't worry. I'll beat him next time. It's the first game, but yeah, I'm gonna really focus now.
Love to hear those very convincing words.
That was just a bad game. Let's go here. No, he's not cheating. Play e5. Go f5.
Wow, it is a bit quite an interesting setup, honestly.
Yeah. Now it is personal. Now I'm gonna crush him when we play. Yeah, now it is. I'm a little bit annoyed by that. Yeah. Yeah, no nonsense. I'm gonna really focus next time.
I believe in an arena it's even possible you face the same person twice.
Right
so
now, this is
maybe you are gonna see a rematch today even.
I do need to stay focused. Yeah. No. I mean, I actually want to play him and just crush him in the knockout. I'm sure I'll play him in the knockout, assuming I don't flub it up against someone else first. Yeah. No, I want to play him in the knockout.
That's really, really exciting.
Like, absolutely just crush him. But again, I have to get there first, and he does too. Yeah, no, of course not. No, next time I'm just gonna play my main openings and just steamroll him. No nonsense. Just literally no nonsense now. It's one game, so, or not one game, sorry, but it's actually it's one game. Like if I use prep in one game, who cares? Like if I use prep in one game, that's not the end of the world. But yeah, no more nonsense, no more sidelines and random openings. Bishop c3. Again, this is Arena Kings. I have to remember that I have to win games quickly. Although they reverted to top 16.
Correct.
They reverted to top 16, I think. So Jobava's problem is not that he's not a good player. His problem is that he's not consistent. He's horribly inconsistent. At his best, he does play at 2700 plus level. But the thing is that, like, generally he plays wild openings, and in classical chess they don't work the way they used to. Don't use your prep on a guy like Jobava. I feel like there's a Kasparov quote about that, but yeah.
Some interesting insights right there,
Bishop
guys.
E4, I'm gonna go rook F8. I just have to win games quickly. This is Arena Kings after all. Yeah, no, he was 27-30
Yeah, exactly.
before.
As he's
a very good
saying,
player. His problem is
it's
just
very
not
important to
consistent.
score points in Arena
And I'm not sure
Kings,
what happened in
and
recent
players
times
are
to become, like,
definitely
super
determined
inconsistent,
to
because,
win
like,
games as quickly as
even when he
possible,
was already kind of
and they
tailing
even
off a
resign
little
as
bit, he was
quickly as
still,
possible to get
he
their
was
games
still-
going, because the more games you get,
even
the
when he
more
was tailing off a
chances
little
you
bit, he was
have
still, like,
to win
26-50. So I don't know how his
more
rating
points,
got to
and it
25,
all
like,
matters
20,
about
like,
those
70
points
or
in the end.
something.
It doesn't matter how
I
many
just
you've
wondered
lost, it
again.
matters how many points
Or
you've
did I? No,
won.
I B4.
So that's some
Yeah, I'm being
different
very careless, actually.
that's
I'm
a
being
different
horribly
aspect in
careless getting
Arena,
into this game.
especially Arena Kings.
Just got to get my legs underneath myself in this, and it'll all be fine. But not a good start. Even this game, I'm gonna win it, but it's not what I.
Looks like a really nice pawn d3. But
Go
is the
here,
pawn gonna make it?
D2.
Okay, now it has more potential because the rooks can protect it now, and it's much easier to push it forward.
I guess I'll go here.
Wow, he goes for the sacrifice. Okay, then now he
is
has
just to win some games
two
quickly,
connected
that's all.
passers, so that should be an easy win for Hikaru right
Yeah,
there.
there's a clip on
And
the
he also
forward
has
move
2
as
minutes
far
on the
as
clock,
going
guys. He
back.
barely spent time on this game. It's always so interesting how that goes, right? Like some games you spend so much time, and some games you barely spend time, and it almost looks like an effortless win.
Okay, that's good. That's a good game. Better. Go next game. Focus, yeah, I'll be fine. Actually, the thing that sucks is since I'm playing on a low rating, I'll almost certainly lose rating points in this as well.
Look at those pre-moves, wow.
Definitely not tied for first place, but I'm also definitely moving way too fast as well. I'm suddenly trying to play like this is a bullet game or something. It's just, I don't even know why I'm doing that. Go here. Yeah, I'm playing this like bullet. Very weird. Take another free pawn.
Well, it could be useful to play it as bullet.
What is this? Oh, I had Queen H7, which was a beautiful winning move. Queen H7 was actually winning here because on Knight F5 I could still take. Gonna win this game anyway. I'll take a rookie blunder for the prime. Hard to concentrate when the candidate's so close. No, candidates has nothing to do with anything. Why exactly?
King on F7 seems so safe. Do you think the king is gonna survive?
I'm moving way too fast in these last couple of games. Go G4.
Pawns look super dangerous on the king side.
Gotta. Yeah, I'm moving way too fast. I don't know why, but I am. I'm moving. I'm trying to, I guess, recoup that first game and just get back to zeros. Just go here, move the queen. I also had A3, which I missed. Here. My alter ego is in first though. 276 on 13 points. Yeah. Good one. Good one. Let's go here. I'm trying.
There goes the pawn to F5. That's what I was worrying about the entire time. But let's see how black deals with that.
Thanks.
Are they gonna take on F5 or just try to ignore it? They ignore it. It makes perfect sense, but now the piece coordination is a bit iffy for black. King on E6, wow.
Here, hit this pawn maybe.
Bishop G5 and Rook D6, wow. Still looks a little bit unclear, to say the least.
There's block.
Yeah, as long as you don't get checkmated, having such a big time advantage is so crucial. Like, even if you're, like, losing, as long as you don't get checkmated, it's all that matters, the time.
Trying to go over queen g7
Pawn on
or something.
e6.
Still a checkmate.
Yeah, that is looking like a checkmate, and it seems to be
What
really
is a
hard
troll
to
most
defend that
likely?
as
I don't know
well.
what a troll. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by troll?
Cadmoon1 just
I think a
subscribed.
cad move for the 18. Oh, you mean the guy who's leading? Yeah, totally. Okay, come on, resign. Let's go. Next game. Let's go. Okay, I get Jobava.
All right,
Okay,
let's
there's
have a look
options.
at a different game. Let's see, who do we have right here? Let's look at Zigalko, Sergey. Let's see how he's doing. Oh, he seems to be doing a fantastic job the game. Very, very nice piece activity. Let's see. Pawn d6, beautiful pawn right there. Yeah, pawn to e7. It's quite the dangerous though. Okay, yeah, bishop c4 made a lot of sense. It's not the best move, but obviously the reason why white played bishop c4 is for the fact that f6 was a problem after f6, king f7, that it might have been a hard time for the pawn on e7. So now rook takes e7, and it seems like black is actually equalizing this. Maybe it was a bit too ambitious to take with the pawn to on e7. Maybe just a bit too ambitious, and this seems to be ending in the draw. But not so fast because both players have 44 seconds on the clock, so that means we might see a flag fast right there. You know, we see Rook versus Rook entitled Tuesday when it's 3+1. I wouldn't be surprised to see the same here. Okay, black does have a passed pawn there, but it's not able to promote here, obviously, because the rook is tied up to the pawn. If you have a passed pawn, like the pawn on a2, you want to be behind the pawn with the rook. And this is the reason why black is not able to promote this pawn or even book progress. And, oh, the king was able to get to g6 all the way to g6, and now it's white who is winning. Rook g2, very, very clean move, trying to pick up the pawns now. And, oh, wow. I don't know what happened there, but suddenly the king is stuck on h6, and there's no way for white to get rid of that king there because rook gives a check and rook f4. And suddenly it seems to be a draw again, but both players have very low time. Around 10 seconds. We need some pre-moves. We need some fast moves right here. Oh, this is looking like a big time scramble. Both are around 5 seconds. Oh my god. Sacrifices the rook for the pawn. Okay, that's a draw. That's a draw. Wow. Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that it would end in a draw? I'm not sure whoever is like disappointed in this case because both players were going for the win on the flag, but it seems like draw is a really fair result. But it does mean that both players are not getting well, one of them wanted to have obviously the full points and neither got the full points, but hey, can't do much about the draw right there. Let's have a look. Who should we tune into next? Let's see. Let's see who we recognize here. It's so messy. Let's see. Okay, let's tune into KB Khan. I believe KB Khan is streaming. I recognize his username, so let's have a look at this game. How's he doing? So far, a new game, so very fresh. Queen f6 attacking the rook on a1. Let's see how white is going to deal with that. Rook b1 is the best move. But it seems like black is ahead on development. White is a little bit stuck in development here. The bishop is not able to develop yet, so bishop b2 makes a lot of sense. Very good move, 95. Yeah, rook endgames, they are drawn for they're most of the times drawn for a reason, right? Knight e4, and it seems like there's a tactic here in a position. Can you find it, guys? Bishop b4 check. Is there maybe some I would be worried about, obviously black is winning the queen, but it's not so simple because of this pin going on here, and the knight's also attacking the queen over here, so it's a very complicated tactic, I feel like. So knight e2, and what's the follow-up here? Where is the follow-up? I believe the queen has to retreat, and because of the fact that white is so tied up with the pieces, it's really hard for white to defend the pieces well and have some proper development. c3, all right. White is trying his best to at least block the diagonal here towards the king. But yeah, it looks super dangerous, like with the pieces here on the 4th rank. Looks super dangerous. Queen d4, threatening to take on c3, obviously. So, and if you move this knight, then this the bishop will take on d2. So that's obviously not great either. So how do you defend this? I feel like black found a way to deal with the position and actually convert it to a win now, because it seems to be really difficult to defend this. e3, what a creative move, actually. Trying to pose a threat to the queen. So now this queen is in danger. It opens up the bishop towards the queen, so that queen is also hanging. But we love to see those kind of moves that complicate the position, because now you're giving the turn back to black. Like, what do you do? What do you do? So both players have spent quite some time already. We want to move 12 so far, and both players have spent more than half of their time. As long as they're catching up with each other, there is not a big deal right there. But yeah, it's quite interesting to see that they're taking their time in such a short time control, because in the end, the flag matters after checkmate, obviously. So Kebe Khan taking his time. What is he gonna do? Okay. Still thinking, still thinking. You gotta make a move very soon, though. It's not a really great position to have only 30 seconds left to win. Okay, he took the queen after all. Oh, that's a... It's really complicated. Bishop takes c2. And then it attacks the rook, but the knight is also hanging, so... Yeah, instead of moving the rook, now you just take the knight over here. And now white seems to be able to develop their pieces, and they will have two minor pieces for the rook. And that should be better for white, but white should manage to try to develop. And black resigned. Black resigned. That is a very common thing in Arena Kings, guys. In, you know, when you play in the pool, this will probably not happen, but black was aware of the fact that, hey, I'm down on time, my position isn't great, I should resign and move on. So yeah, that's how you score as many points as possible. Now let's look into Chess Hero stream, everyone. Let's see how he's doing. I love the music. We see a double cam setup that's fantastic. Obviously, the double cam setup is required to have when you move on to the knockout. So he seems to be ready for it, which is absolutely amazing. The layout is super original. I'm actually loving this. You know, you see quite a very common similar layouts in a way, but this is super original. I love it. I love the great vibes. I love it. Oh, there might be some tactic now. Knight takes g4 and knight f7. But after knight takes g4, there's always bishop takes g5. Oh, actually, no, it's really tricky. Not gonna lie, really tricky. d5 check. Looks a bit scary around the white king, but it should be fine. Rook e2, very good move. And black needs to be careful about knight f7. It could come in any second. He's gonna push c4. So he's hovering over the pawn. Yeah, there he goes. Oh, now it's getting a little tricky. What do you do with the knight? And now the bishop was also hanging.
None is if it's here, I know enough to interfere. Shake your ass, come over here and not scream. I'm a diamond, I've been name and everything I used to be. You're my rock of empathy, not dear. Let me.
I love it. I love it. Watch him get the win. Ever since he started singing, look. Just look at him getting in a great position. He already has a great position ever since he started singing.
Look at
that, knight d5 check.
My dear. Song.
Gotta be careful of g2, but he defended with bishop e4, so. Please sing with him. Sadly, I don't know the lyrics though.
Entertain you.
We're definitely entertained here.
Pages, I can read the Rock of Ages.
And there comes the checkmate, and like already resigned. Very nice game. See, guys, you gotta have fun, and good things will come to you. He started having fun, and boom, he was winning. Oh, the Evans Gambit.
So come on, let me entertain you.
Oh, do you take that pawn? Bishop is eyeing on f8. You know, you can't castle through that bishop. You can't castle through check.
Entertain you.
Pawn is hanging on f7. Yeah, it's so hard to play against Evans Gambit. It's one of the reasons why I stopped playing e5 myself, because those gambits can be really nasty.
Come on. Entertain you.
Yeah, queen d7 seems to be the only way to defend it, but it's a bit of an awkward position, mostly because you can't castle. And if you can't castle, sooner or later we'll see rook e1, knight takes e5. It's gonna be really difficult to deal with, or even c takes d4. And yeah, the king will just be in the open, in the center. Evans Gambit is such a sneaky opening.
Come on.
I like e4. But what do you do after knight e5? That's my concern.
Come on.
He doesn't have to ask to entertain, he says Olympiad. Very nice. So basically, you cannot castle through checks. So because the bishop on a3 is covering the f8 square, that's why you can't castle. You can try to castle the other way, queenside, but since the bishop is blocking on c8, obviously, you can't castle there. And now you had to go to d8. And now he is definitely not able to castle ever again. H6, okay. Ooh, rook d1. Oh, that should be fine.
I met up with the gambler, where we both too tired to sleep. So we took turns of staring at the window at the darkness. The boredom overtook us, and he began to speak. He said, son, I've made a life out of reading people's faces. By what the cards were, by the way they held their eyes. So if you don't know my missing, I can see you're out of aces. For a taste of your whiskey, give you some advice. Handed him my bottle and drank down my last swallow. Then he bummed a cigarette and asked me for a light. And the night got deathly quiet, and his face lost all expression. Said, you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right. You gotta know when to hold him, know when to fold him, know when to walk away.
I don't want to interrupt him, this is so
run.
Amazing.
You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting. When the deed is done.
Yeah, honestly, it's not a bad position. Like, he's a queen down, but he has a lot of compensation for this, so...
It's knowing what to throw away and knowing what to keep. Cause every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser. And the best that you can hope for is to die in your sleep. So Annie then is stranded. He turned back towards the
Look
window.
at that pawn on a3.
Crushed out his cigarette and faded off to sleep. And somewhere in the darkness, the gambler he broke even. And in his final words, I found an ace that I could keep. You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away, know when to run.
You can see the name of his stream on the bottom right. Chess Heroes, go follow him, guys. Go check him out. He definitely deserves all the support. Definitely entertaining.
When the deed is done, know when to hold him, know when to fold him, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you get in at the table, there'll be time enough for counting. When the deed is done, you never know when to hold them, or when to hold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting. When the deed is done.
All right, what a beautiful, beautiful stream. Guys, check him out. Chess Heroes. Don't forget to drop a follow. He's very, very entertaining. And we're going to move on to another game, guys. Let's see. We see Jaskol playing. He's also streaming. I'm not sure if he's streaming right now, but I'm pretty sure he is. It's safe to assume that streamers are currently streaming right now as they play in Arena Kings. Let's see how he's doing. So far, 21 points, 4th place. So that's a really good performance so far. We're 30 minutes in Arena, so 21 points in 30 minutes is quite a lot. It's quite a lot. That's usually how many I get in 1.5 hours. if I even get there. Let's see. All right. So he seems to be doing great so far. Did he snatch a pawn somewhere? Yeah, he's up a pawn. He's a great activity going on. On the king side, he can push all the pawns forward and start an amazing attack right there. Okay, he goes for this. Okay, rook e1 and then h4. All right. Black trades on e5. Getting rid of the knight is a safe decision because this bishop is not so great on f2, not gonna lie. The bishop is not so great on f2. b5, all right. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to stop the attack here on the king side. Yaskol just takes that pawn on b4. Like nothing's going wrong. Like everything is fine, you know? And I agree. I think it's perfectly fine to take the pawn. Instead of defending the pawn, he goes for g6. He's being very aggressive. Let's see if that pays off. Yeah, you obviously don't have to take on g6. h6, wow. That might cause some problems because this is like a typical it's a typical way to attack on the king side, but the problem is that black can take now on g6, and if you try to take on g7, which you can do perfectly fine, king takes g7, and this knight is covering all the squares around the king, and there's no way for white to attack. Obviously there is, but it's super easy now for black to defend. So now black is the one having the upper hand, and black doesn't even take on g7, just lets the pawn sit there and says, well, perfectly fine there, you can't do anything with it. And that's the danger of pushing pawns too much, because at some point it might even be wall for the opponent. Like, you can't play around it, you cannot just recapture your own piece, right? So that's a very good one. Queen c6, all right. Attacking the pawn on e6, so that seems like a very valid move. Rook b6 attacks the queen, also defends the pawn. Queen c7. Yasko is finding some compensation here for sure. Now there's a lot of pressure on b2, but it's still fine. Still fine. All right. Also, Yasko is up on time, so that might also play a big role in this position. d5 is a wonderful move, opening up the bishop towards the rook. Black moves the rook right away. Queen c6. This is a very dynamic position. I wouldn't say that one is like having the upper hand here. Both players are having their moments. Queen e7. The retreating move. It makes a lot of sense though. And now the opponent with the black pieces has 20 seconds left. So we are entering a time scramble. Let's see who's going to survive this. Rook h2. h5, wow. You don't see a pawn move on the king side that often like that, you know? But it seems to be perfectly fine. Queen c6. Okay, the eval bar is just jumping up and down. Oh, bishop c3. Oh, that was missed by, well, I'm not sure if it was possible to move before that, but that seems to be the ending of this game. White seems to be winning here, not even trying, like, not even flagging, just completely winning on both the clock and the position. Oh, what a sneaky way to try to stalemate, but obviously there is no stalemate here. Very well played by both players. That was a very exciting game to watch. That was very, very exciting. All right, let's have a look at a different game. Who should we look at? Let's see. Oh, I see Fritzy Shah, Twitch, also streaming. I believe he's one of the few people that qualifies pretty often, so I recognize the name already. Let's see how he's doing. Oh, wait, was it a queen sacrifice or was it queen sacrifice? Oh, wow. That's a checkmate. That's a checkmate. And white is completely clueless with the pieces. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's quickly have a look what happened actually. In the last stream we missed a little, we missed quite a bit. Wait a minute. G7, and he sacrificed the queen. Oh my god, that's so pretty. Wow. All right. That is really, really pretty. Wow, very well done, Fritzy Shah. All right. Okay, guys, let's move on to another streamer. We're gonna check in with Robert Has, Grandmaster Has, on chess.com. Let's have a look. How is he doing?
Winning formation. Check. Take this.
Okay, he seems to be winning this game. He's a lot of pawns, but
check. Take.
D4 pawn. Okay, he's trading off the rooks. All right.
In this game. Woo! All right. All right. 3 in a row, right? So when your opponent attacks on the flank, you often want to strike in the center. C4, C6. So I'm going to be down a pawn here. All right, my opponent didn't take it, but I could have been down a pawn, but I would have had a huge lead in development. So what if I just... if I take... I see. So I'll take with a pawn. I'm not going to be scared. Maybe I should be, but I'm not.
Yeah, that's not a great... It's really a strange pawn structure over here. It's very unusual.
Rook h4 to defend this pawn, I imagine. So I could play e6 just to stop d5. But that locks in this bishop. So the question is, am I afraid of d5? The answer is not no, but it's not yes either. So let's go here. D5.
Robert is one of the few streamers I feel like that is also actively explaining his moves, you know. So not only are you seeing some great chess, you're also seeing the insights of his from the game.
No, there could be a take.
It's
D5,
really educational.
Queen check over here kind of thing. So I have to be very careful about this. Okay, let's. All right, I spent too much time. I don't think this sacrifice works, even though it looks a bit scary. Knight e5. Yeah, now I have 2 knights defending. Here, king f8. I was planning to go king f8 pretty much regardless, so...
Yeah, we don't need to castle. Perfectly fine.
So do I... No, let's go knight g6. Makes my king feel safer. Alright, feeling good.
Seems like white is not going to castle either.
It's not a good pawn. May look like a good pawn, but
Rook back to h1.
Pawn. Queen d6. I'm going to increase the pressure against that pawn. My bishop can't be attacked. There's no h3.
It's
Knight
kind of
f4
crazy, right?
is now an idea because that might force the trade. All right. I would prefer not to give away pawns. So b6 probably.
Yeah, it's often with Grandmaster games that you will see these kind of games,
so
and
far,
it's hard to explain why they can afford this, you know? It's always the Grandmasters making it a mess for us.
Stop me from playing bishop f4, but not for you. And now this pawn is under attack. There could be bishop e3 and castle queenside, so... Or this and castle queenside? Maybe knight e5 now? There is an argument just for this, and bishop takes knight, though. It's risky, it's risky.
I can totally see, like, there has been instances in OTV games where when they were going to somewhere like h file and then go back to h1, that people still think they can castle. But it's actually an illegal move because the rook has already moved, and that means you cannot castle
with that rook. It never has been, it never will be. But I will work on my relationship with time.
Yeah, in online chess, obviously, like instantly telling you like it's illegal to do that.
Bishop f3.
But in OTV chess,
that's just terrible. Loses a piece for my opponent.
It's really difficult to.
Knight e3 is not necessary because this is check.
To call it an eagle move if you don't know.
It's funny how sometimes I predict my opponent's blunders, and it was like a really bad blunder. Right? I asked whoever it was to play rook f3. Pultonovicius. So
I have the opposite, Robert.
Check, and I'm going to take this.
I only see the best move of my opponent and they play it.
But I was about to. That's my 4th win in a row, by the way. I was about to, if king f1, which is the only other reasonable move, takes, and check with a fork. So
Very clean win. Very clean win. He didn't even need to
Just a
castle
noob.
for it,
How
guys.
noob-like are you? Not really newbie. So e4 is a possibility. If takes, there's knight g5. This is a common idea. Wow, my opponent's really playing fast. Doesn't necessarily mean well, but is playing fast. Okay, right back, because that's a weak pawn that I'm going to go after. Yeah, I'm going to keep attacking that pawn. So here, c4 probably. Just to clear control of a square like e4 for my knights.
Very interesting position so far.
Queen g6, pawn takes here. I think. Then knight b4. Maybe I have knight e6 though. Okay, so my opponent does it. There's knight g4.
Wow, bringing knight e6.
I'll take here.
Okay, takes on d5 instead. Yeah, the knight is having a great time on g5.
So knight b4, knight e6. That attacks this rook.
Robert is getting some really funny positions,
Sure,
like very dynamic.
Good for me, because I
not solid whatsoever.
truly think
it's just fireworks all over the place, you know. And it's these kind of positions that are pretty hard to understand. Look at that, knight takes d3, just sacrificing exchange, but the rook on e1 is also hanging, as well as the bishop on b2.
That much I can tell. So maybe queen c2. I think queen c2 is an important move, because that way there's no like knight takes f2. I just trade queens. Oh, my rook was hanging. Oh. Forgot about that. Oh, okay, so it's even material somehow. I'm going to get this pawn if that pawn's captured. Actually, if it's captured this way, it would walk into a pin. So that's why this way happened instead. Let's take here. If rook e8 takes, knight takes, and knight f3.
Yeah, he knows we're watching. He knows. Speaking of, it depends on whether Robert qualifies, guys. But
going to be a knight coming this way,
if he doesn't qualify,
annoying for me.
we will be joined by Robert on the commentary for the knockout.
Okay,
so it really depends if he qualifies or not. We'll have to see. But
a3.
It will be amazing to have him on the show, obviously.
Knight.
So yeah, what do you guys prefer? Do you want to see Robert qualify, or do you want to see Robert on the stream?
Let's bring the king up. All right, king up. It is.
That's a dilemma, yes. Check. I fully agree. As much as I support Robert, I would also love to have him on this show.
The knight out of here. And my king goes here. If king f5 or king d5, I have knight e3. Actually, if you're king d5, I need to consider knight b4 check. Because trading the knights in many of these positions will be winning for me.
He commented even when participating. Okay, so that's a very fair point. That's a very fair point. Okay, you can just tune into his stream. And he is still doing commentary, but on his own games.
Now, h4. King c4, king d5 might just... Or king b5 now.
Very interesting endgame.
This knight's terrible.
I'm actually surprised to see the knight on b7. It's super passive over there.
I mean, my king and knight dominate my opponents.
Exactly.
So if here... No, so here... Check and knight takes pawn. Both are threatened. Maybe king e7. But I can still take. Check.
This endgame, ooh, it is gonna get.
Let's do a one-by-one calculation. Here takes. Here.
It's a good time to calculate.
Yes, that seems easy.
Yeah, this should be winning because there's too many pawns that black should be taking, and in the meantime, Robert just takes the pawn on g6, and there we go.
How many in a row have I won? Like 5? Feeling pretty good. Okay, we get Kamsky.
Okay, oh, this is a really interesting matchup. Playing against Gada Kamsky.
Okay, he's playing principal chess. Can't blame him. And now
we're having a solid position, guys. Let's see how we can complicate it. It's actually kind of interesting. Like, would you want a complicated position against someone like Gada Kamsky? I'm curious to see what he's gonna decide to do.
Bring the knight out. Let's push. So I can go back here. I kind of just want to go for an attack. Can I also go here? That's the question. Probably not. Maybe.
Okay, the position is not so easy. So there's a pawn on c5 hanging, which is really vulnerable, but it's quite easy for black to defend it so far. Ooh, it's which pawn are you gonna take? Or maybe even, yeah, bishop takes c5, bishop takes b3, and the rook is loose on a1.
I think I have to take that way. Alright, my opponent's pieces aren't quick enough to really punish me, so bishop h or bishop here? That's the question. Let's go here.
It's not looking great for Robert, I have to say, on the clock, because Gada has over 2 minutes on the clock. Having almost a minute. The minute now on the up on the clock. And that could be really crucial in the end.
Quickly than I am. Okay, let's think. Alright, let's go here. Not an easy decision, and then king here. Is rook b3 just gonna hurt?
Did Robert just make a pawn cloud? He really doesn't like castling, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and now the bishop on a3 is kind of stuck. The rook is hanging if he moves it. Yeah.
Check.
That is looking rough. The bishop is pretty much trapped. Trying to find some counterplay with bishop d7, but it's not enough because of knight bait, probably.
It's not good. Not good. Knight b8. Okay, that actually surprised me. My knight protects my rook, which is the only reason I don't just resign. But I should resign because the knight comes here. Yep, this is over. Okay, next game.
Wow, it's interesting how he decided to resign when material was still equal. But he realized like soon it's gonna be different. Black has a lot of play there, so all right. So let's have a look at a different game now. It was fun tuning in with Robert. Go checking out obviously without saying absolutely amazing commentator as well as chess player. So go check him out. We'll see if he will join us later on. Part of me wants to join him, haven't joined really badly on the stream, but hey, it will also be amazing to look at his games instead in the knockout. So let's see if he's gonna qualify. In the meantime, we're gonna look at another game. I see that Damiano Liu has, I believe, a perfect score so far. Oh, I was gonna say perfect score, but I believe he lost the last game, so almost perfect score. He had 9 out of 9 games, which is really impressive, and he lost the last game. So let's see how he's gonna do this game. C6, all right. Wow, he managed to push the pawn all the way to h6. That's quite impressive, and it could be really, really vital in this time control. Like, you know, to me, it might be very inaccurate to do, but it's creating these kind of like positions, like dynamic positions, really complicated positions that can cause problems for your opponent. And it's all about causing threats, posing problems, you know? So love to see this kind of play in this time control. Queen b6, attacking the pawn on d4. Obviously, it's really easy to defend. First of all, you can just try to trade the knight. You can also move the knight back, but we don't want to move the knight back ideally. So he goes for the capture, knight a4, attacking the queen. Where does the queen go? Queen a5 check. Gotta play c3 to defend the knight as well with the queen, because the knight was hanging, obviously. Knight c3 was also possible, but typically you don't want to do that because knight e4 and it can cause some problems there. So, and he also wants to move the knight to c5, so for now he's keeping the knight on a4. Bishop f5, what we're gonna see here now? b4. He's trying really hard to get the knight to c5. Are we gonna see it now? There you go. There you go. And it's a really beautiful piece. And the thing is that, okay, yeah, e5 is a logical move. If black decides to take there, okay, I was gonna say the pawn structure might be really nice here for white, but now with the pawn gone there, I wouldn't be so sure about it anymore. But I have to say that the dark squares are really vulnerable here for black. So all of these squares over here, oh, it's going a little bit fast. Oh, bishop d4. It's not dropping a piece, but it looked a little bit dangerous. This bishop is going to be very strong. This bishop is going to be very strong for the simple fact that this pawn right there is very, very strong. And actually, white was able to capture the rook. He's obviously not going to take that. I just automatically in my mind assumed this, but obviously he's capturing the rook, and he has a monster of a bishop right there. Yeah, this seems to be very, very good for Damiano. I'm not particularly sure if Damiano is streaming currently, but it's probably safe to assume so. But if anyone has a link of Damiano, of him streaming, some streamers are streaming on YouTube as well, so you can definitely go check them out on YouTube as well. Some streamers are on Twitch, so it's a really varied field, you know. Okay, so perhaps streaming on YouTube then in Polish. Oh, that's wonderful. We love seeing multi-language streamers, you know, speaking different languages. Oh, it's not streaming on Twitch. Okay. Okay. Oh, I believe Olympiad had a typo then. I believe there was a small typo there. But now he's not sure of his English skills. That's all good. That's all good. I also had to practice, you know. I mean, I could speak a little bit of English at the start of streaming, but with the practicing, you get very far. Ah, thanks for linking. Thanks for linking his stream. Go check him out, guys. I'm sure he will appreciate you joining him in the chat and show some support. Okay, so positions, I mean, looks a bit dangerous here for white because of the past pawns, but seems like white has it all in control because, again, the dark squares, the bishop can't access those dark squares, so that makes it a bit hard for black to push the pawns. Rook bait is a really nice try to enter on b3 with the rook. He just ignores it. a6. And now the king is up on c5. Looks really scary, but it seems like it's very simple to protect yourself from the pawn promoting. And obviously there's another pawn here on a6, so this should be an easy win here for white. Wow. He just sacrificed this rook. Just sacrificing his rook to secure the promotion, and there's no way for black to defend that. What a beautiful move. Rook takes f7, and it was also with check, so that's why it was so powerful. Now the queen has promoted, and there's a time scramble, but it should be enough for Damiano to win, and he wins. Resignation on the board. Very well done. That was a beautiful game to watch. Let's quickly go to GM Srinath. I do know that Srinath is streaming on YouTube, so let's see how he's doing. He's 13th right now. It's a beautiful spot to be in because obviously the top 16 advances to the knockouts and the top 16 streamers, that is. So there might be some players in the top that are not streaming, so they won't be qualifying to the knockouts. They are not eligible for prizes. So it's always a little bit difficult to see who's going to qualify and who's not going to qualify. But we have an amazing production team. We have an amazing event team that is making sure that that will be sorted out as soon as possible after the arena. We're currently 56 minutes into the arena, so there's a little bit over an hour left. So a lot of games still to be played. Okay, what is happening in this game actually? I was seeing a really nice attack here from Srinath, but it seems like the attack kind of died down. The bishop is still on c8. Really remarkable. But what is most interesting, I believe, is the queen on h6 being so stuck there, because basically if white had more pieces into the attack, it would have been much more easy to have an attack at all. But now the queen is on its own. White is not able to push h5 whatsoever, so it's a little bit difficult to do something useful with the pieces here, especially with the queen. Rook c4, is he gonna trade the rooks? f3 goes back with the bishop. Now h5 is possible, but maybe there's g5. Maybe there was g5. Okay, bishop f7 is also fine. Queen h2, all right. A rook trade, all right. Knight is on d4. That's a beautiful square for the knight, but is it enough? How do you gonna proceed this game? Rook h1, king g. Maybe we're gonna see rook h1, king g3 to give a check on h6. Okay, he advances the pawn. It's a pattern now, but rook b2 stops the pawn. Rook h1 has been played. Wow. Okay, both players are very low on time, by the way. I just noticed. So they're trying to pre-move as much as possible. And ooh, the pawn on c2 now. Oh, you can take it, but you're gonna lose the knight. But hey, that's better than having the king and queen down, right? And there's 6 seconds left. So who's gonna be the flag master of this game? Who is gonna? Oh, they're so close on time. They're so close on time. They're trying to pre-move as much as they can. Checks are super important in this scenario. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh no, Srinath lost all his pieces, and that's a draw because of insufficient material. Black is not able to win the game despite having taken all the pieces of white, and white is able to draw this game because well, first of all, they flagged their opponent, but because of insufficient material, it ends in a draw. There's no way, no possible way for white to win this, which is why it's so unfortunate that Srinath lost his rook just 2 moves ago. But a draw is a draw, and I think that was pretty well deserved. All right, let's have a look at Benjamin Bach. He's also streaming right now, participating in Arena Kings. Let's see how he's doing. Okay, he currently has 25 points, which is still a decent amount of points. Like, we have 1 more hour to go. If he can have a great streak going in the next hour, he could have a chance to qualify as well. He seems to be very focused. He spent quite some time already. So yeah, I guess it's safe to assume that this is why he's focusing. Not an easy position, and yeah, the knight is on g5. It looks really nice, but it can be kicked away from there any moment. Okay, now it can retreat to e4, so maybe it's not a big deal anymore, but it seemed a bit scary. Very focused. Okay, the time situation is equalizing pretty much, so that's a good sign for Benjamin.
Move. Thanks.
Move. Exactly. Yeah, you gotta move in this time control. You know, as much as we would love to make all the most precise moves possible, the time control does not allow us to make that happen.
So I can take the knight and then... Okay, but... Take... And take... The question is, can I take?
Okay, a lot of captures. Now, do you want to take on h6 as well? Or is it maybe a bit too much? Because the rook is not able to enter with on the attack on the king side just yet, so... I think he's a little bit upset about the time because now he knows he's doing much better, but it's really hard to make the best out of this if you are down half of the time of your opponent, which is in this case almost 30 seconds. So yeah, he's got to speed up now. He's playing it safe with queen e2. Yeah, the bishop on g7 is not so great, so that is definitely in Benjamin's favor. He's trying to trade queens, obviously. And black is trying to activate the bishop through g5, so really good decision. It might get a little scary now for Benjamin. Now that the bishop is activated, it's not so clear. 25. Queen f3, what a move. Benjamin has to go back, but he's able to move the pawns on the queen side. He only has 10 seconds left. He has to move now. Oh, looking very tight here for Benjamin. Is he gonna make it? 8 seconds left. His opponent has 20 seconds, and both players are gonna be pre-moving most likely. Benjamin finds a way to stop the pawn because if b2, then the pawn promotes to a7. And wow. And this seems to be... This is going to be... Benjamin's only 2 seconds left. And is it going to be repetition? His opponent is trying to flag him. Yeah. That's a very, very unfortunate loss for Benjamin. He had a really good position. He was up a pawn, but he couldn't make it because of the time situation. And that is why everybody, it's so important to be managing your time well in this time control, because you might be up a queen, but if you don't have the checkmate, you can still flag. You can still flag and lose out on winning points. So there's an unfortunate loss for Benjamin. Let's see how he's gonna do in this game now. Looks like a really nice knight earth opening with h5 included. In my opinion, one of the most annoying Sicilians possible. Like, the knight f is already like a huge theoretical opening. And then you also have h5 stopping all sorts of attacks with g4, g5, all the typical attacks. So let's see how it's gonna deal with this move. Knight e4. Yeah, so the pawn f3 was covering that square, so now the knight can access that very easily. But there is no light squared bishop here of black, so yeah, the light squares are not that big of a deal, you know, for white. Right. Yeah, now the pawn on h5 is very vulnerable. Benjamin decided to short castle, and because of this, now the rook is not protecting the pawn anymore. So instead, he's trying to create some counterplay on the queen side, trying to attack the enemy's king. And let's see how that's going to turn out. He's threatening knight a4 to attack on b2. So it seems like his attack could be more powerful in this case, despite him losing the pawn on h5.
Probably have to go for it anyway. Okay, we're gonna go for it. If it doesn't work, it's too bad, but we're gonna go for it.
To me, it looks really promising. The time situation is equal, so that's something. Okay, bishop d6 is very well placed. He's sacrificing the rook, the exchange basically, but white is not taking that because the bishop could be quite powerful in this situation on d6. So Benjamin decides to move the rook anyways, and now the pawn on c6 is a little bit disturbing, but wow, knight f6, okay. Trying to get rid of the knight on e4 and have the knight go to c3 perhaps. Yeah, some of the streaks are absolutely insane. Some of the streaks in Arena Kings are absolutely insane. And as I said, Hikaru might have lost the first game, but look what a comeback. 14 games in a row he has won. That's quite insane.
Move. Wait. Check there.
Maybe Benjamin is calculating right now what he's gonna do. Bishop a3. Yeah, knight c3 was not the greatest idea just yet because of losing the bishop, and then if you take the exchange, then it means you have lost 2 pieces for the rook, which is not ideal. So that's why he goes for bishop a3. And if knight takes a4, this bishop takes d6. So that could be ideal for black here. Queen c3, offering the trade. And if white takes, obviously knight takes d3 check, losing the exchange. But it's not so clear. Queen takes, knight takes, king a1. Your bishop on a3 is still in danger. So if you trade that bishop, knight takes d6, there's also an exchange hanging there. Very complicated position. And that's why he's trying to focus as much as possible. Both players are around 50 seconds on the clock, so... Rook e1. That seems to be the best way to deal with this position. It's not winning, but it's definitely life-saving here because it looks really dangerous here for Benjamin. Are we gonna see repetition? I don't think Benjamin okay, there you go. I didn't think it was gonna happen actually, but all right, we see a repetition. Let's have a look what he's gonna do now. He's playing as Chess Lover 0108. All right. Nice username, at least. He gets extra points for that. But yeah, typically a draw is not what you want in the arena format because it makes you lose your streak. You lose your streak, and what matters most here is that you keep continuing your streak because that's how you get the most amount of points. You see, Hikaru has a streak of 15 points, so I'm not particularly sure how many points you get for each win after a certain streak, but I'm pretty sure it's definitely more than just 1 point if you just win one game. So it's really important to keep the streak going.
Dreams really do come true. Let's go here.
I've never heard Benjamin sing. You have a lot of singers today.
Let's go.
Is he listening to us, guys? Is he listening? Something like plus 4 points. Yeah, I believe that's pretty accurate. And so you could easily farm your points like that.
Oh, not lost, but we're in trouble. Very, very annoyed here. Shoot.
Yeah, this is not a comfortable situation here. Yeah, so the point system works. I believe you get, well, first of all, if you win your first game, you win 1 point. And then, like, as you keep your streak going, I think for the, if you have if you win 2 games in a row, then like your second win counts for 2 points, and like it goes up. And I think the maximum is like 3 or 4 points, but I believe 4 points is accurate. But I'm pretty sure there is more information to be found on on chess.com about the arena format. So yeah, it's definitely different from like usual Swiss format, you know. How many points for singing? Yeah, we should give bonus points for singing. Everyone who sings, everyone who sings during Arena King should get bonus points.
Tactic is still in the position. Oh my god, let's hope he falls for it. Doesn't. Knight a5 maybe?
Well, I wonder what he was trying to make happen there.
But now, okay, goes there, but what is he threatening? Okay, knight g5 maybe?
Oh no, it's not based on piece advantage. No, it's really based on how many games you win in a row. If it's just one, you have 1 point added to your total. If you win 2 in a row, I believe it's 2 points for the next win. So it goes on and on up until 4 points. So piece advantage has nothing to do with it.
Okay, wait, it's
both players around 1 minute on the clock now. It's always nice to see like the time situation being so balanced, because if there's nothing special going on, nothing special meaning if nobody's really winning the game anytime soon, it could cause like some time scrambles, and that is the most exciting thing, obviously. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Suddenly so many people show up. We've never heard about them, but they're there. They're there to destroy the field. Who knows what we'll see next week? Maybe I'll decide to play. Okay, it seems to be working out just fine for Benjamin. He's up a pawn, but it's not like a clean one. Because if you're up a pawn, you want it to be a passer to make some progress with that pawn. But now it's a double pawn, so he has to rely mostly on the fact that he's much more active with his pieces right now. He's putting pressure on the pawn b3. And this is a trade, but I think he wants to go for the flag. Despite the fact that this is probably a draw. I wouldn't be so sure. I wouldn't be so sure yet. It probably is a draw, but there's plenty of room for Black to be like, okay, show me that you can equalize this. Like, it's a typical position. Like, even though right now they're like, it's really easy to flag your opponent, but even if there was no such thing, like there was a big increment in this game, I still believe that Black would have played on just to try. It's always possible to try, and the worst thing that can happen, I mean, you can get checkmated or lose the rook, which is very, very unlikely. So let's see, 9 seconds, 8 seconds for both of them, and it looks like Benjamin is I was going to say he's not able to make progress, but there you go. Rook h2. The pawn is in huge danger. He does not want to move the pawn to h3 because that trades all of the pawns on the board. And, oh, why just slipped there and lost the rook? I don't know. I kind of missed the pre-moves, but wow. Beautiful win by Benjamin. He deserved to win that game. After all, he had a really great advantage, but it was a little bit difficult in time trouble. And yeah, very nice, very nice. Let's have a look at some other games, everyone. Let's see who is playing. Who is playing? Shall we tune into Hikaru one more time? Let's see how he's doing. 16 games he has won in a row. After that one loss, he won 16 games in a row, guys. I don't want to be the commentator's curse, but let's see if he's gonna continue this streak. Right here, right now, against GM Srinath. Let's see. Okay, we have another Sicilian. Interesting. It's always interesting to see like the different openings that participants are playing, right? Because you see often like, okay, this opening is one of the main openings to play because it's so clean and it makes a lot of sense to play it. But you see different type of openings, like many sidelines being played in these type of events, and it makes it so interesting. Like you don't have the standard openings going on here, or like the big prep that they are doing in their free time. It depends what you consider free time. But in any case, it's really interesting to see the sidelines that they pull out in these games. Okay, short castle. Srinath goes for the short castle. It's looking really dangerous. A knight d5 with a beautiful move. If pawn takes, then obviously the bishop is hanging over here, so that is quite dangerous. It's not so clear. Like the pawn structure is kind of crazy. Like Hikaru's pawn structure is really, really clean and neat. Srinath's pawn structure, I believe. I mean, this is obviously theory, right? It is one of the openings, one of the I mean, I would say one of the main openings here to have this kind of pawn structure, but it can cause some trouble as the position develops and pieces are being traded off. Free time is for theory. Rook a8, all right. Yeah, it's a very difficult here for black to do anything here because the only minor piece that black has is this bishop on e7, and look what a terrible piece that is. I mean, it is very nice as a defensive piece, but it's not an attacking piece in this position whatsoever. And without any of the other minor pieces, it is really difficult to start an attack here. This bishop on f3 is much stronger. You can centralize on e4, put it on f5 even, so there's many possibilities for that bishop. Okay, we see pawns being traded on f5, rook takes b4, capturing the pawn. It looks like a very convincing play here by Hikaru. Yeah, and we also have to know that Hikaru is so much up on time, over minutes, and it makes things a bit more difficult for black here. A bad bishop protects good pawns, Danya. Yeah, that's a very nice quote, and it's very, very true. You know, you don't always need to have attacking pieces. Being defensive can also be really good. And like if your opponent pushes too much, you can make use of that and then counter at one point. And that could be really decisive. So the pawn is just pushing all the way to a6 as if it's not gonna be lost at any moment. And well, now you have to take care of it. And whoa, he just ignores it. He ignores it. And it's for the reason that after rook takes a6, there's queen c8 check, hitting on the rook and the king. So that was gonna lose the rook right there. So good spot by Hikaru. Now this bishop has become stronger, so it's a bit easier for black to deal with this. But okay, Srinath is down to 16 seconds, and it's almost impossible to come back from that. Hikaru is just chilling around 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's magic that he does. It's magic. The speed that he has and the way that he plays so clean is very, very interesting. And oh, that's checkmate. Oh, unfortunate, but a nice try by Srinath. And okay, no commentator's curse here, guys. Hikaru has having a 17 win streak going on. He is still leading. Well, he's not leading the arena, but I'm pretty sure he's it will make him qualify to the knockouts. We still have 14 minutes in the arena, so obviously anything can happen, but knowing Hikaru, it's very unlikely that we're going to see a downfall at this point. Let's have a look at a different game. Let's see how Jobava is doing. He's on 44 points in the arena. Okay, this seems to be going very smoothly. He's a outside pass pawn, I have to say. Even more valuable because despite the fact that you might not be able to promote this pawn right away, it is a very nice pawn to use on the side as a distraction for your opponent, because not only are you able to hold on to this pawn, but at some point you can have such a position like this, and the king has to stay here for the pawn, defend that pawn. And yeah, black resigns very, very fairly because the king is just running to the pawn over here and taking all of the pawns over here. And yeah, at the same time, black needs to get rid of that pawn first, otherwise it's just going to promote, obviously. So very clean conversion by Jobava, I believe. All right, let's look into his stream, guys. Let's see how he's doing in his next game. Sounds like some great party music.
Need to control this square.
It's so funny to hear the different music taste between all of the streamers. It's also such a simple layout. You don't need anything else. Just a board, camera, and something that depicts your name. That's all. It's that simple. Mental health gaming. Yeah, new channel. This is my channel from now on. No kidding, obviously. But I'm very happy to be here. Very happy. He's definitely vibing, yeah. I mean, it's important to be vibing. Like, during an over-the-board chess tournament, it's hard to be vibing because it's completely quiet. There's no room for listening to music or whatever.
This pawn?
So,
really? The pawn we did not care much, I guess.
Streaming while vibing is really, really important. Or like vibing while streaming. That's a better way to put it. What a beautiful pawn on c6. It's all defended by the bishop on h1 now. Okay, not anymore, but I'm sure. He needs to be careful. He needs to be careful. It's not so simple. He might lose the pawn. He's gonna sacrifice on d5 for g4, and the bishop is trapped. It's obviously savable by h5, but that would lose a pawn, obviously. He's pre-moving it already. Yeah, those pawns look really scary, but okay, Jobava has a bishop, and I'm pretty sure he knows how to deal with this. Oh, he has to be even careful. You cannot take on c3 because you can't stop the pawn then. So, gotta be careful still. It's actually bishop versus three pawns, so not that simple.
Oh.
You still can trade, yeah.
d1. d1, I guess.
G2, alright. Do you want to trade in this position? Now you are able to trade. You can stop the pawn, but okay, so he is okay with bringing the king forward and then trading the queens. Arena Kings last for 2 hours, so we all have, let me see, 36 minutes left in the arena, and after that we have a knockout, which will last approximately around, give or take, 2 hours. So yeah, now it's 4 pawns against the bishop.
I'm doing everything to lose this game, right? "24 seconds, that's my main problem now." Ah, blunder this. Blunder that. He's probably just lost.
Yeah, it's only really hard to flag here because Jobava is down to 70 seconds. And he has very few pawns left to even even have a chance to win this. Okay, it's not over yet. It's not over. Okay, Black starts already pre-moving now, so... Yeah, now the pawns are promoting. Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a rough situation. That was really difficult.
That was bad game.
That was really interesting.
Okay.
It's not so easy, even if you're up with the piece.
I feel like my mind
not
is
really
off already.
simple. He couldn't get the activity going, you know? It's all that matters, like being able to activate the pieces to dominate the pawns. He's still doing fine. 48 points. He's placed 11.
Because I feel like I'm off.
He's playing against GM Cricker now, also streaming. Amazing streamer from Brazil. So it's always fun to see streamers playing against each other, right?
I think GM Cricker raided me a few times already. Transfer this right here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how the times have changed, right? I also never expected, like, I'm the type of person that really wanted to be focused while playing chess. I couldn't ever deal with distractions. So to see how times have changed, like streaming with music, streaming chess while listening to music has become so normal and so natural to many of us. So that's kind of interesting.
That before rook c8, h5, rook c3, I guess. Still yeah, okay, let's go. Blunder rook b4, damn. Yeah, unfortunately my mind is off. And I'm starting to blunder things. That was very
That
big
is
blunder,
unfortunate, but he does have a big time advantage, so it's not over yet. Some people would resign here to have more games in, but I think because of the time advantage, it's definitely still turnable. He has a good idea with rook h8, but f5 comes in. It's obviously really difficult being piece down, but... Ooh, rook f4, he's seeing bishop e3, I believe. Oh! Look at that! Look at that!
Still fighting.
Hell
you
yeah!
have to kill me a few times, not only once. We're like cats here. We have 9 lives, right? We have 9 lives, guys.
This is so true in many situations in this time trouble.
Against Daddy. Okay, Chait. Hanging. Back.
Yeah, he has almost 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, he has a very comfortable situation. Despite the fact that the bishop pair is really dangerous, I still believe he has the upper hand here. Mostly because of the time situation. If the time was equal, I would have said something different about this. But now, it's quite obvious that he's trying to go for the flag. Maybe he could even push the pawns over there.
Damn. I ain't even losing this game, Road.
Oh wait, the pawn has gotten all the way to c6.
Yeah, let's try to make draw. How I get this position, I mean. I really had a very nice game, and how I got in this, don't have any idea.
The questions that we always ask ourselves, guys.
Somehow, I guess.
We can finally relate to a super grandmaster.
Let's see if I'm.
Okay, but Kricker has 70 seconds left. Is he gonna go for the repetition? He's gonna go for the repetition?
Okay.
There you go. Oh wow, he didn't go for the flag. That is really interesting. Yeah, he's just vibing. That's quite respectful. That's quite respectful. Was it even possible to win that in 15 seconds?
How much wonders now?
Bishop G3 check. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. All right, let's have a look at some different game sides. Let's see. Who should we tune into? Okay, let's have a look at Mikhail Tal Reborn. I believe Mikhail Tal is also one of the people that often qualifies for Arena Kings, the knockouts, that is. So let's have a look what he's doing. He has currently 50 points, placed 11th. He's playing a stronger opponent, but the stronger opponent does only have 6 points. It might just be that this person just joined the arena, obviously. Just playing for fun. So let's have a look how he's going to deal with this position. Okay, this looks a little bit unusual. It's obviously the Sicilian structure, but not really familiar with this setup. I'm missing some pieces in the center, you know? Knight G4 is coming in. But not a big deal here for White. White is much better developed, I would say. Like H3 is so easy to play. I'm missing the dark squared bishop here of Black. I'm missing that bishop because now the king is able to go to G1. Okay, well, not anymore. I spoke too soon, I guess. But yeah, now the idea is basically that after takes, the rook is going to give check to the king, and it will be very difficult here for White to well, it's basically just losing. It's not even that White has a chance, so that's why the knight is not hanging right now. So White takes it easy. Bishop d2, just developing. We're not scared of losing the pawn b2 because, well, maybe you should be concerned because the bishop will be hanging, so that's something to consider at least. But generally, you don't want to take that pawn because it will open files. Especially now that Black went long castle, you don't want to take that pawn. You do not want to do that. It allows rook b1 at some point, and it will cause a lot of problems, a lot of trouble. f5 has been played all right. It does allow knight e5 indeed. Yeah, it weakens many squares, and despite it looking pretty decent over here, you know, it does allow the knight to enter on d5. Rook c1 has been played. And it looks like White has a great position, but how do you continue? How do you make progress here? Like, Black is still holding, you know? Black is still holding onto the position, and despite many weaknesses, many pawn weaknesses, that is, it is still holdable for Black. So, and obviously, the knight is just chilling on g4. There's no need to move that at all. h4 has been played very aggressive, okay. Is he gonna retreat the knight now, or is he gonna keep it? Because after takes, there's still a lot of threats in the position. Knight d4 instead, attacking the queen, all right? Is it now the time to go back? Is it now the time to go back? Or are we accepting the piece sacrifice to make things even more complicated? Yes, Robert Hess is also playing. We're kind of depending on whether he is going to qualify for the knockout or not. But if he doesn't qualify for the knockout, then we will have him on the show joining us. So that's going to be very exciting if it's going to happen. But for now, we have to wait patiently and see if he's able to qualify. Okay, the queens are off the board now. Look how beautiful this pawn chain is. Like, this can cause many problems for white. Right now, it's not a big deal, but in the future, this can cause problems. Despite the fact that black is down a... Wait. Okay, I was gonna say down a piece, but now with the piece sacrifice, the exchange sacrifice, it makes the piece the material advantage a bit more difficult. But in any case, white should be better here. The pawns are falling apart slowly. Knight takes g4 is in the position, but you have to be careful. You have to be careful here, because 92 was missed, guys. 92 was missed, and that would have been a huge comeback from black over there. Rook d2, all right. Yeah, this is so problematic, because now if the knight moves, it's checkmate on h2. And that's what I'm saying, like, it can be super problematic. And also, despite the fact that white is winning here, look at the time. Mikhail Tal Reborn has 57 seconds, where his opponent has only 6 seconds. And in 6 seconds, you cannot win this game. Even if both players had 6 seconds, it is almost impossible. Well, actually, you could have won on time, but positionally, position-wise, it's very much impossible. And there we go, the flag. Wow, what a beautiful game by Mikhail Tal Reborn. And that shows who is the more experienced one in the arena format. This goes to show who is the more experienced, because all that matters in the end is the flag. No matter how bad your position is, no matter how poorly you play, this is the way to go in the end, as long as you don't get checkmated. And he played it perfectly. Let's have a look. Who's playing? Oh, I see Champ 2005. I believe that is Rauna. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see his real name right now, but let's see how he's doing. Okay, so okay, he seems to be doing fine. Material wise, it's equal, but black has a lot of activity going on with the rook on e2. f4 has been played, all right. That's not so simple. It's not so simple. Bishop c5 check. It looks very promising here for black, but we have to note that white has a pair of bishops, so that can cause some implications here, because the bishop pair looks really strong. Like, as soon as the bishop goes to c3, like, pawn will be under attack on g7. And white could get a lot of activity right there. Rook f2. Are we going to see bishop g2? Oh, bishop g4, okay. Defending with knight f5. Okay. Bishop b1. Yeah, this rook is kind of stuck, tied up to the knight, so that's why the rook is not able to activate, and that makes things a little bit more difficult for black, because black is just eating all the pawns, but at the same time, wow, both pawns dropped because the knight is pinned over here, and that's why Raunak moved the king to b8. But now, wait a second, we have a really interesting position here, really like asymmetrical position. 3 pawns on the side over here, 3 pawns on the side over here. Whose pawns are better, guys? Whose pawns are better here? Wow, I wouldn't even know. I feel like white has better, like, I mean, the pawns are a little bit more advanced, and it's easier to push the pawn because g4 is the move right there. But at the same time, okay, I was going to say the rook could enter on the second rank, but now that the pair of rooks have been traded, it's less damaging to have the rook on the second rank. Okay, so white lost the pawn, but look at the activity of the white pieces. This pawn is going to have a great time. Rook d6, okay. Are we going to see a capture? Has to play king g6. Are we... Oh. Okay, I was going to say, are we going to see repetition? No. Bishop g7. Oh, four pieces on the 7th rank. Oh, wait a second. Rook f7 check, and it was attacking the bishop as well. What happened? Whoa, I completely missed what happened in the last few moves. Bishop e7, rook d7, f8 queen, bishop takes, and suddenly it's lost. Wow. So obviously Zigalko Sergey was down on the clock by a lot with 12 seconds left on the clock. But yeah, just to show you guys, I have a feeling King 6 was the move just to make sure that there's no way of taking that bishop. And yeah, it's very unclear still. It's not so easy. Maybe even King G6 is possible. King G6 is maybe even better because you're attacking the bishop right away. And if rook takes, king takes, it will be much easier to promote that pawn and then later that pawn. So yeah, it's a really complicated position. Definitely with 10 seconds on the clock, you don't even consider these moves anymore. So really well done by Raunak and well played by Sergey Zigalko. Let's have a look at another game. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. So Hikaru lost his streak, or well, that's what we're seeing here right now. There's 19 minutes left in the arena. Still 75 points in the arena is massive, absolutely massive. I'm not sure if the number one is streaming, but if they're streaming, it would be their best day probably. Because they will be qualifying for the knockout, almost pretty sure. But yeah, if you're not streaming, that is really unfortunate. Let's see, who else do we have? All right. Oh yeah, we can tune in Chess Brainiac, everybody. Let's tune in how he's doing. Nice music, nice music.
Ron always flexes his points. Unbelievable that he can blunder a piece and still be winning. His position is very good.
Yeah, it's really difficult. It's always so rough to deal with when you're up on material, but your opponent is still winning. Rook E7, look at that move. Like, the knight is pinned, so that's why the rook is not able to be captured. But, wow. And white is completely dominating this position. Let's see if he can still save this game somehow. He's down on the clock, so it's a bit hard to say if he's able to flag his opponent, but... let's have a look. Time is getting closer. Ooh. Both players below 20 seconds now. He managed to equalize the time at least. Let's see his bullet skills now. Yeah, there's no H6. Look at that speed. Look at that speed. Wow. Ah. Wow. Yeah, this is exactly impossible to win positionally. Woo. Oh my goodness, that was so close. He actually made it. He actually he was down 20 seconds on the really clock cool, when they were down to 22-40 seconds. Very impressive. Nice job.
That's cool, man. Keep up the streams. Keep up the grind. Thanks, John. No problem. Oh, that's true, the Tatnix. He did say that it was lost. It's funny.
Speed is crazy.
This guy's playing very well. I don't know what I'm doing. Deadlock. Oh my god. What's this?
Oh, that is rough. Now knight takes c4 might be a problem. I wouldn't be so sure if I wanted to take there though, but oh, knight takes c3 is the problem, or bishop takes c3. That is the problem.
Dirty lag? What does that even mean? It was just slow, and that's not my fault. I was winning on the board as well. In the end, I was winning on the board, so I don't know what you're saying, but... Rock on, my dude.
I've seen crazier things. I've seen the rook versus rook being played while there's an incurrent going on. So
it's funny when people
the
say
fact that he won the previous game,
yes,
I mean, it's in the end all about the flag, right?
Dirty flagging because, well, number one, they never could have gotten into that position. So that's number one, which is also very embarrassing because then why are you talking? But number two, it's always funny that when they say dirty flag because they never could have done that. That's kind of the funny part. Yeah, this was bad.
Yeah, that was not a dirty flag. That was not a. I mean, I wouldn't say it was a clean flag, but calling it a dirty flag, it's too much.
If you want to play rapid and then cry about dirty flags, then play rapid. Like it's very simple. And Daniel will tell you the exact same thing because I actually heard this from him. Like, exactly. It's literally the same as checkmating your opponent. Like, time is part of the game.
Yep. You're signing for something when you agree on playing 3-0.
Everybody has.
You're signing for this. Yeah, he's up on timer now. He's down in exchange, but look at the compensation he has for this and also the clock. He's up 30 seconds on the clock, and it could be really crucial. But his position's a bit... the pawn e5 is very vulnerable.
Nothing to do with the troll emoji, eh? They hit you with the good old troll. Today's been a fun stream, not gonna lie.
3 pawns in the center are a bit scary, but
that's a model of what
as long as the knight is there around, it could pose a lot of problems, you know?
Whatever, my dude, whatever. I'm gonna need to argue about this. Alright, man, take care, jury. Hope you had fun. Wait a second, he's kind of throwing.
Well, it's getting closer, but the pawns in the center are still very dangerous.
He's still completely winning. Wait a second. I have time to think here.
Yeah, he is quite young and super strong, very impressive. And at the same time also streaming, right? Opponent is down to 20 seconds now. All he needs to do is to survive. All he needs to do is to survive. Ooh, the pawn approaching to the E2 square.
Ah, I threw that.
Oh, and that's gonna be... Ooh. I was gonna say there's gonna be checkmate soon. Let's see if the opponent can checkmate in 11 seconds. Seven seconds? This should be easy. Checkmate now. Ooh, 4 seconds left. Nice try, Chess Brainiac. Nice try. Guys, check him out. He's streaming, as you can see, on Chess Brainiac 13.
Wow,
drop a follow while you're at it. As you can see, super strong, very talented chess player. So definitely worth checking out.
Good here. These guys won like 100 points in this arena.
I believe he has... Okay, so he has 32 points. So I'm not sure if he has a big chance of qualifying. There's only 10 minutes left in the arena, guys. So you gotta make quick moves there, quick games. It's getting very close at the top. But yeah, I don't think 32 points is gonna cut it. As you can see, the top 8 so far has more than 60 points. So yeah, you need a lot of points basically to qualify. Let's have a look at a different game. Let's see, who should we check into? Let's see how Benjamin is doing. He seems to be doing much better. He's currently 15th with 57 points, so that's fantastic. I'm not sure. The last time we tuned in, he was in such a comfortable spot, but he seems to be doing much better now. Let's see if he can hold on to this this place. He seems to be doing really great in this position. Let's see what is happening. There's a pawn on c5, and the pawn is really dangerous as well. There's a pawn hanging on a6, so that seems very promising for white. And despite the fact that the material is pretty much equal, it's really hard for black to do anything here. Bishop g4, trying to trade off some pieces, but it's gonna be really hard to face those two pawns. They're gonna be monsters. They're just gonna be pushing all the way to the 8th rank. Black is trying to create counterplay with knight f5 and probably knight h4 to take on f3, but it won't be enough. It's not gonna happen. If anything, after knight h4, there's bishop e2 even. So if you want to take care of it, you just go back to the bishop, right? c6, and it's really hard to stop that pawn. Queen c7 is a good try. Are we gonna see queen a5 trying to trade off the queens and then almost have a, I wouldn't say forced promotion, but we're getting there. We're getting close there. Yeah, queen a5 were probably the cleanest way to win, but there's many other possibilities. You can try pushing the b pawn, but you don't want to box your bishop there in on the edge of the board, right? So probably the cleanest way would be queen a5 to try to push the c pawn. But hey, b5 is perfectly fine. d4 has been played. Yeah, now you would want to play e4. What do you do after queen f4? Like, it's those kind of small moves, you know, that would make things a bit more complicated. And as you can see, Benjamin is taking quite some time for this. Yeah, there's only 6 minutes left in the arena, so you can barely get one game in right now. He goes for f4. Okay, so he was concerned about the threat of queen f4 after taking on d4, so he tries to cover that. He tries to make sure that queen is not going to do anything on this diagonal. But there's a neo threat. Queen takes e3. He covers that, and now it's probably even more difficult for black to defend this. Let's see what black is going to come up with now. Okay, black is spending his time. Is he going to take on e3? No, g5. Wow. You gotta try what you can try, am I right? Now the threat is obviously, well, either promotion or queen takes f8 right away. So 96 covers that, but you allow rook c6. Yeah, there we go, rook c6. And that should be a GG. Are you going to see resignation? Not yet. No, queen c5. Wow. That's super clean. Now he's just comfortably pushing that B pawn. And a resignation. Wow, what a nice win for Benjamin. He is down to place number 20 though. So he has to play another game. There's only 4.5 minutes left, so he has to be really fast. And it's in these last minutes, last seconds, that people are trying as like everything they can to get the last points in. Let's see. Who should we tune into next? It's very impressive. 95 points, super impressive. Let's see if Benjamin is able to catch up. Let's see how this game is gonna go. Because there's only 3 minutes and 55 seconds left now. So in theory, you can win a game still if you play almost everything pre-moves and yeah, just like you would only be dependent on your opponent's time. And since that's still in the range of the 3 minutes, you should be fine. I believe there was a check, which is why the queen wasn't hanging. But yeah, we tuned in at a funny time. I'm not sure what the king is doing on d3 though. I'm not sure how it got there. I'm not sure how they got there. But it looks comfortably on c3, to be honest. Break the 8. How much time is there left? 3 minutes. I'm slightly concerned, guys. I was just checking the standings. I'm slightly concerned that we're not gonna have Robert Has in the knockout, but that means we might have him join here on the stream, hosting the knockouts together with me. So that's gonna be super exciting. 2 more minutes. Ooh, it's getting really close here. Is Benjamin still able to get a point here? I'm not sure if this is enough for him to qualify already because I believe a lot of people in the top here are streaming already. So only the top 16 qualify for the knockout. Let's see. Takes on d4. It's such a strange position, right? Such a strange position. And it feels like the playing with the white pieces is either thinking really, really like a lot or just dragging out the time altogether. Queen f6, all right. Yeah, it's gonna I was gonna say there's gonna be c5, but first of all, queen h7 check, and second of all, rook hanging over there. So gotta take care of that one first. And there's 1 minute and 21 seconds left. Benjamin is doing well when it comes to the time, but is it enough to make this game count? Because as soon as the timer of the arena hits 0, the games are aborted automatically and no points are added to your total. So that's why Benjamin has to speed up really badly, because it might be the case that his opponent is just trying to drag out the time to not make the game count. Knight c6. Now the rook is hanging and it's pretty much impossible to defend that. Takes. Okay, 40 seconds left in the arena, guys. 40 seconds. Is he gonna be able to make this one count? Ooh, the difference between White's clock and the arena clock is 7 to 8 seconds now. There should be a checkmate soon now. There should be a checkmate soon, so. Queen c3 and rook a1, checkmate. He did it. He did it. He made the game count. Well done. That's, I mean, I'm not sure if it makes a big difference, but definitely like more comfortable to get the last few points still. To get the last few points in. All right, and that is the end of the arena. We see the top 3 right here on the screen. We see that Hikaru has qualified for sure to the knockout. And yeah, that was very exciting to watch, guys. Now we'll have a look behind the scenes to see who qualified for knockout. And we're going to have a very special guest on the stream that is going to be doing the commentary together with me. So stick around, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the knockout Persians. See you in a bit.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mate in one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Hello guys, we're back for the knockout portion of Arena Kings, and I'm now joined by the one and only Grandmaster Robert Haas. Robert, I'm very happy to have you here. Are you excited for the knockout games?
I'm very excited. And I know that tomorrow's winner stays, but this kind of feels like loser stays. I didn't make it to the knockout of Arena Kings, and yet I get to join you and commentate. So honestly, I feel like the winner, even though I lost.
Yeah, we were like, I was talking to Chad, like, okay, we're spectating you. It was going really well at that point. You had a few winning games. You had a big streak going on, but we were looking like, we were asking ourselves like, okay, do we want him to qualify for the knockout bracket, or do we want to have him on the stream commentate with us? So there was a big dilemma in the chat, but eventually we agreed on, okay, if he qualifies, we'll be looking at his games and he'll be commentating on his own games and on his streams. So yeah, we hope that you were gonna qualify, but sadly you didn't make it. So you're stuck with me now.
Well, I don't feel stuck. I feel privileged, honestly. And we have a cool bracket of 16 participants. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura, no surprises there. He made it through as the top seed. But Anna-Maja, it's going to be fun. These knockout brackets are always a lot of fun. Besides Hikaru, who would be your dark horse with a chance to win?
Oh, yeah, we've been watching Benjamin Bach. He had some great games going on. Jobava, definitely. He was actually, I think, the only one that was able to beat Hikaru. And we were listening in Hikaru's stream, and he was really determined to take the revenge and beat Jobava in the knockout. So I'm really excited for the matchup, if it's even possible. When I look at this, so basically it is possible if they meet each other in the very final. So yeah, that would be a very exciting matchup. But until then, we still have 16 players left. So yeah, and obviously Ranak is also very strong. And yeah, we have many grandmasters in this field. So I'm looking forward to these matches.
So am I. And honestly, these first round matchups, they're lopsided in terms of the rating differences. We see that Hikaru is playing Bree-Bot, who's 1161. And it's just, and honestly, for these players, it's great to be here. I know they're still competitive chess players, but when you're playing against Hikaru, you sort of know what the result's going to be. So I'm hoping that our player here can give Hikaru a run for his money a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah. It's so interesting with this format that everyone can qualify. Doesn't matter. You don't have to be a grandmaster to qualify for the top 16, because the arena format is so special. You will mostly be playing against players your rating. So yeah, that makes it possible for everyone to qualify. But yeah, obviously you need to be streaming. So that's definitely one requirement. But yeah, it looks like Hikaru is taking home this game very easily with a checkmate in one. So.
Oh. But didn't play the checkmate in one. Did the queen g6 at any moment here is going to be checkmate? And
I
maybe
think, is he going to be promoting to more queens?
No way. Come on, just give this checkmate. Give one of these mates. I thought it was stalemate for a second.
Me too. That looked really scary. Oh no, he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
He's promoting the. You were right. You were right. You knew exactly how Hikaru was going to win this game.
I've never seen him do this. I know that Benjamin Feingold loves to create any like crazy checkmates. Like he will promote to bishops or knights only and then try to checkmate the opponent. But I've never seen Hikaru do this.
Hikaru's having his fun. And there's a couple close matchups, at least by rating. So I know that Fritzy Shock is taking on Domino Lu. So I think we trust Hikaru, right? He'll win this game. Maybe we should head on over to that matchup because they're pretty even on paper.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
let's look into that.
All right, here we go. So it's they drew their first game. Here's the second game. And
oh, wow.
Anna-Maja already. I like the look of White's position if you can quickly get your knight to e4 and into d6, but Black is at some point probably going to push this d pawn to, and there it is, to not allow it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it looked really vulnerable, the squares d6 and f6, obviously, but now all problems are solved for Black. I like the development of White over here. We're going to see short castle probably very soon. 94 is a really nice move. So far, both players are doing well, I feel like.
Yeah, and the knights were traded. This pawn on c5 can be a target. So if you castle too early, you have to watch out because you can't play b6 very easily as your rook on a8 is hanging. a5 says no b6 for you, and bishop c6 played. You might have to take this knight on e4, and Anna-Maja, I don't think you want to hand White the two bishops.
Yeah, exactly. The pair of bishops here for White, they can be really strong. Like bishop e3 hitting on a pawn on c5, and I feel like the combination of these two pieces can be really strong. This knight on e7 is not doing much yet, so I've yet to see like where this knight is going. You cannot push anything like f5 or something, so don't really see the future of this knight yet.
And White is a bit spoiled here because you can play e5 to shut down the bishop, or you can play f5 to open up the bishop on c4. So the knight on e7, as you're pointing out, dominated by a pawn 3 squares away. I always love to mention that. And here already e5 is pushed, rook d6 probably coming soon, and the d file is White's for the taking for now. But g4 played Anna-Maja, we get it. It stops knight f5, but it also opens up the white king.
Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't be so worried about the white king in this situation because there's literally no pieces looking towards the king side of Black. So yeah, it seems very safe for now. Knight g6 can cause some problems though. If the knight is able to jump to h4 at some point, that can definitely create some problems. But okay, the pieces are traded off now. Now the bishop pair is gone, but we have an opposite color bishop situation. What do you feel like? Is there a big difference here going on with that, or you wouldn't say there's a big preference for one player?
The huge difference is the time, and I just noticed it myself that White is up a minute on the clock, and I think that with that in mind, it's in both kings. Okay, I don't know about king f2 where that king thinks it's going. f6. I know Ben says never play it, but here it looks really good. There's a queen in line with the king, so the king jumps back. But I would say because the time advantage, that's much better for White.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know Fritzy Shag is one of the players that qualifies many times to the knockouts, and I think he's very experienced when it comes to these situations. That time management is so important. As long as you don't get checkmated, you're perfectly fine.
And well, it's going to be difficult to checkmate this king. And the bishop on g7, not the best piece. So I wonder if Black is trying to play this with e4 to open up the bishop, but it's unclear that a queen trade really helps Black. Now, e4 will threaten queen h2 checkmate. So you have to be careful not to just miss that queen move. And so a move like queen f4 might be necessary, but it feels like on the board, Black is doing well, but still in the clock, White is up a minute.
Exactly. Yeah, just trading off the queens and making sure you're not getting checkmated. That's a very good decision of White. Of Black, I mean, no, of White.
Well,
I got
honestly,
a little bit confused there because Black made the decision, but it's good for White, obviously.
Yeah, no, it's one of these situations where you solve one issue, but it creates another. Oh gosh, now rook takes h6 is a free pawn, and okay, it's even material, but we can see that White's past pawns are moving much more easily than Black's.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, looking really good, and only 30 seconds left for Black, so yeah. And it's really hard to stop the pawns on the king side as well. And oh, there goes the pawn on the queen side, and yeah, the position is slowly falling apart for Black.
Okay, with bishop d3, there is c2. You have to play c2 because you rook e2 check. Oh, misses that opportunity, but probably has it one more time. And he plays wrong move order because now rook c6, and you don't have a promotion. You're not protecting the promotion square, which means you're just losing the pawn.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's obviously really hard to make these kind of decisions when you're a very long time. And yeah, it seems like a very simple win for Whites here. Doesn't have to do much even. Doesn't have to try to win because they're winning on the clock simply.
Yeah, winning on the clock and also winning on the board. You can choose how you win this game, but no, it's just going to be a win on time and can't stop the promotion. So that is a resignation and a big win for Fritzishuk, who you said Anna-Maja has a lot of experience and he's shown it.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Want to have a look at a different match? I'm not sure what the scores are so far, but maybe there's some close matchup.
Sure. Let's. It seems like the matchups where it's Grandmaster versus somebody whose rating doesn't start with 2. It seems like those matches are quite one-sided, but there's a match between. I don't know. There's so many matches going on. I don't know what to choose.
So I believe since it's best of 3, Jobava has already won 2 games, so that means he's already moving on to the next stage of the knockout. The Vugar Rasulov has also won 2 games. There's many people that finished. Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, no. I just saw this here and I figured might as well tune in and
Where is he going?
He's gonna put all his pieces on the first rank. Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed, Robert. Where is the piece on H1? It's H1, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you could try to arrange that the White King was over there. Get all of them in a row. But no, there was no time to make that happen. Hikaru moves on. So we have another match between. Okay, we're looking at the one with Fritzishuk, and there's also a match between Jaskol 95 and Sundrum, who. All right, it's a big rating advantage for Black and a 1-point lead, but White has a good position in this game.
Yeah, and also White is up on time by almost a minute, and that could be really crucial in this situation. So we could see a huge upset over here.
And I know you like the French defense. This is clear to me. It's from the French defense, but it looks like Black's position is really in some danger. Queen F4. I like Queen H6 a little bit more, but Queen F4 still going for the king side. And this bishop, it's the bad French bishop, but it is holding everything together, Anna-Maja.
Thank you for that, Robert. Yes, you know it very well. The bishop is holding very well. And soon we will see the power of this beautiful bishop, because right now, it's just on D7 defending everything, holding it together. And soon we will see how beautiful this bishop can be. I'm sure Jaskol is going to show this to us and make me proud.
Yeah, I was really trying to hold it together while you were talking positively about that bishop. I didn't like the move H6. It felt a little bit rushed going for checkmate in 1. I get that. But look at the situation. Black's pieces are flocking over here to the king side. All the pawns are defended, and knight F5 or knight G6 is about to happen. The bishop may not win Black the game, but I do think that Black is now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Knight on F5 looks really nice. Bishop is still on D7, perfectly fine. Doesn't need to be in action right now. But yeah, don't worry, Robert. We will see it. We'll see it happen. We're going to see E5 at one point, and then the bishop is going to be really well placed. But yeah, first there are some pawns to be taken care of.
Wow. What a move, by the way, knight E2, because the point was after the queen trade, the knight comes to F4 and attacks E6 pawn. So that was a great move by Sundrum here. And now rook C7, that bishop not very happy here, doubling on the G file, and knight G3 just dealing with the immediate threat.
Yeah, really beautiful. Yeah, rooks belong on the 7th rank or on open files. And in this case, the rook is on both, basically, on both an open file and the 7th rank. So that's really, really powerful. Black is putting pressure on the pawn on G2, but it's very easy for White to defend this with the rook on E2. And now White is just going to eat those pawns on the queen side and involve the queen, I guess, with maybe queen D6 could be an idea.
Yeah, and seriously, anywhere on the 7th rank looks at, oh my gosh, Sundrum is playing like an absolute monster.
Wow.
If you take queen takes, king on the coin, knight of 7 check. End the game right here.
Oh my wow, gosh. Look at that. What a clean game by Sundrum. Wow. We love to see this.
Do we have a brilliancy prize in Arena Kings? Because if there was one, I'm giving it to Sundrum.
Yeah, he definitely deserves that. Definitely bonus points for him here. Wow. What a way to tie up the match. And we're moving on to the 3rd game here.
Okay, and now this one is going to decide the match. And we said higher rating for Jaskol. Oh my gosh, are we getting like a weird England? I don't even know what this is called. It's like an England
I think
gambit.
It's an England gambit, yeah, and it's typically used to try to like. There's this crazy line where Black tries to win. Like it's like sacrificing a piece, and you feel like, oh, it's a free piece, but then you lose your queen. But okay, in this situation, that did not happen whatsoever. But it's still quite dangerous because it's not so easy for White to deal with this. Like you might have taken that pawn, but the pawn e4 is not that great.
No, and at some point f5 is an option to open up more lines. Knight f6 going right for that pawn e4. Bishop b4 to pin the other knight is available. So it feels like while White's up a pawn, Anna-Maja, like you're lacking development, and all of Black's pieces are ready for the attack. But what was a6? Right?
I'm not sure.
That was surprising because all of Black's pieces were well placed, and you make one slow move and your attack can go away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say the rook on d8 could be really dangerous for White because it restricts castling basically, because there was a queen on d1 and it was a little bit tough to deal with. But now with the pawn on d3, it's a bit easier to castle. But even then, bishop e4. Oh, he goes for the long castle, all right. But yeah, I was gonna say it's the pawn structure on the queen side is not that great anymore. But I guess it's really easy to defend right now. There's not so many pieces left on the board.
Knight d7 is a great move, though, because the knight on f6 dominated by these pawns at f3 and e4. So this knight, if it can venture into a light square, that could pose some problems. But the problem for Black is where to. Like, we think of dream squares for pieces. Where does that knight on d7 go? And Anna-Maja, I just don't know.
Me neither. Yeah, e5 is the best square I can think of. But even then, like if you get there, you're going to face f4. You have to leave again. It's not looking great for that knight, yeah.
So c5 and then knight e5, you're square. And I think White could even play d4. We typically don't want to push pawns where our king is, but Black's king is on the same side of the board. And f4 is played instead. Looks good to me. And yeah, I think White is now clearly better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Robert. Yeah, I'm curious to see how White is going to make progress here. Rook b1 is a nice start. c4, though, eliminating the pawn structure here in the center. And after d takes c4, the pawn structure will completely get destroyed. So I'm curious to see how Jaskol is going to deal with this. d4 is, I think, the most natural way. After queen takes c4, now you have queen takes c4. So this holds the pawn structure a little bit intact still, but it's not the most ideal situation for White, that's for sure.
Yeah, and right now White is still up a pawn, and as you're pointing out, this was a good move d4. You didn't want your double pawns on the c file. And whose king is worse? Like right now, it looks like Black's king is worse, but it's not clear how you pile up pressure against the king. If you ever trade queens, White is queen trade offered. White is up a pawn, so I was going to say that's a risky move to make for Black.
Yeah, exactly. After queen takes, rook takes, White's probably able to play c4 and then d5, and the pawns go really fast up, So, okay, he decides to not go for the trade. Queen b3, it makes sense, posing a threat on b7, but knight a5, what are you going to do now? Because now if you trade queens, there's no c4 anymore. So that is the difference now.
And we were asking, where is that knight going to go? Where's the light square? It's very clear where the knight is going. And honestly, even though White's up a pawn, White is worse. Capablanca would have loved this position from the Black side, just complete control over the board and the light squares in particular.
Yeah, I love seeing how Sundram actually proved us, like, hey, this knight has a future. I'm seeing it. And he saw the light, and now it's on c4, perfectly placed. Very well done.
And you don't need to play a move like b5 just yet because the knight can't be attacked. The queen already defends. Rook d6, a nice rook lift. Rook b6 is, trading queens here. I don't know about this, Anna-Maja, but Black is down on time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a really small difference for now, but look at how active Black's pieces are getting. Like the knight on c4, nobody can touch this knight. The rook is gonna go, I was gonna say maybe to d3 to attack the pawn on c3, but this is also working because now you're attacking the bishop and perhaps winning quite a few pawns, actually. I was gonna say one pawn, but many more pawns are looking like they're very loose.
Yeah, and once you take on e3 and a rook lands there, your rook d3 idea to begin with, all of the pawns, c3, h3, look, every single pawn is isolated for White. So now Black can speed up. Black is winning this game.
Exactly, yeah, many pawn islands here for Black. And wow, Sundram just showed some really good chess, despite being in the worst position. Look at how Sundram is playing. Very beautiful.
Super well.
King b6.
King a7, hide from the checks, and push your past pawns.
Wow.
Okay. Throws in a check. And now what? Rook e6. Good defensive moves.
Yeah. Yeah, both players are playing super, super fast. It's almost like they're making pre-moves, but not just yet. But look at that speed. What is happening?
Oh, allowed rook to b1 because now you can't play rook b6. That's why a5 was played.
Oh, wow, what a sneaky move. Are we going to see a draw, Robert? Because after rook takes a5, I wouldn't even be sure if you want to take on a5. But for now, you can keep on giving checks, obviously.
He could have checked him and then forced the king the f file, because if the king went to the f file, it would have been a force of a rook trade. But
rook f5, yeah.
Oh no, you don't want your king on the b file, because rook takes b7, rook b8, other rook to b7 is the checkmate. And right now, the white king is in the way.
Wow, the eval bar is jumping up and down. It's crazy. Both players are super low on time. What's gonna happen?
Oh my gosh, the white king is almost checkmated. Okay, take the rook, take the pawn. Take this pawn and run. You need to run if you're playing with this black.
You need to run.
Okay, but you're down on time.
Down on time, but it's getting closer. Sandra must be able to catch up a little bit, and it's equal. The time situation is equal.
Oh my gosh, and black's king can't be checked. That's the big difference right now, is you can check the... drop the pawn. Okay, the time... check on the d file. Yes. Oh, take the rook. Oh, black's winning.
Black is winning, and Sandra has at least a draw in case he flags. Who's gonna flag? Who's gonna flag first?
Oh, he could take the rook. He left it hanging.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What a huge upset! Sandra played so well in the end. That is some wow. I have no words. I'm out of words, Robert. What just happened?
Oh my goodness, that was wild, and that's a huge upset by 300 blitz points.
Yeah, not to give away credit from Yaskol, because he also played some fantastic chess here, but we have to give credit where it's due. Sandra played so well. That was some really impressive chess, and he fully deserves to move on to the next stage of the knockout.
So we have our quarterfinalists set, all 8 players. I think the matches have concluded, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, that was a wild game. I'm glad we stayed on that one, because it could have gone either way, and it went down to the final seconds.
Exactly, yeah. Let's have a look at the bracket. So we have 8 players moving on to in the knockout portion. We have obviously Hikaru won his matches. We have Fritzy Shag moving on. We also have Benjamin Bach, GM Moro. We have Raunak 1-2-0. We have Sundram also moving on. And we have GM Vugar Raslov as well as Jobava moving on. So whose match are you most looking forward to, Robert?
I mean, Sundram. I don't care that this is the only non-title player here. I'm all about Sundram now. Those are some really great games we tuned into. And Sundram lost the first game and won 2 in a row on demand.
Yeah, that was really amazing. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what he's going to be doing in the next stage. I'm looking forward to more upsets, more surprises. I don't think we're going to see 7 queens again, Robert, but I'm sure we're going to be having some amazing chess, some excitement going on. So I believe we're going to a short break now. Is that correct? Are we moving on to a short break?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm happy to take a break. I just got here, but you know me, I love my breaks. We'll take a quick one and we'll come back in just a few.
We'll be right back. right, guys, the Bullet Chess Championship is back with some exciting new twists. Now, a double elimination tournament, the event features 16 players racing for the crown and their share of the $100,000 prize fund. 4 participants will qualify and join the stacked field featuring Hikaru Nakamura, Daniel Naroditsky, Andrew Tang, and many others. Catch the Bullet Chess Championship starting February 21st right here on chess.com. I also participated in the Bullet qualifiers. Welcome back, everyone, to the show. Have you participated in the Bullet qualifiers, Robert?
Yeah, I participated by commentating, but on Friday, I think I'll try my hand. My hand's going to fall off because anytime I play Bullet, my wrist is just killing me, but I will try. So hopefully I'll see you there too, right?
I'm actually not sure if I'm able to participate on Friday, but it was quite hectic on Monday. The games go so fast. I barely knew that it started. Like, it was very hectic. So, but it's definitely a lot of exciting games. So yeah, really nice format.
Agreed completely. And well, this format is also great. We have 8 players remaining. Sundram, I mean, that's my favorite just because I root for the underdog, right? Sundram is 800 points lower rated than his opponent, Raunak Sadhwani. And it may be where his Arena Kings fun ends today, but he should be proud of himself regardless.
For sure, yeah. What a great performance so far, and I mean, you could see it on 2 ways. You could see it like, okay, it's kind of a punishment that he's playing against such a strong opponent now, but you could also see it as a great experience for him. It's obviously an honor to be playing against such strong opponents, and you could learn a lot from playing against them. So let's have a look what he's doing right now.
Okay, well, with the black pieces, so far, pretty solid. However, it's about to be a worse pawn structure for black. Double isolated c-pawns, just like whites, but then you also have this, if you're able to keep the pawn on e5, which you wouldn't because of the knight take. So black is down a pawn, but with the bishop. So, Anna-Maja, do you think that this is sufficient compensation?
I'm not entirely sure. Like, it's actually really beautiful that Black went for queen f7 rather than taking the pawn e5. It's just super common to just trade pieces and move on, but it goes to show how good Sundram's understanding is of the game, because he goes queen f7 and he doesn't want to ruin the pawn structure, and he's asking white like, okay, you can take my pawns and I'll try to fix my pawn structure. And he goes for bishop g4, trying to ruin white's pawn structure instead. So yeah, it looks really interesting so far.
Yeah, I mean, so it's really fascinating play. It looks like queen h5 was a mistake because it allowed the queen to check, and that means the knight can now move away from the f3 square. So it's a great effort to give up d6, give up c7, but bring the queen to h5. That seems to be the fatal error. And now white has how many extra pawns? I can't even count all the isolated pawns in the c5.
Yes, I believe 7 pawns for white, 4 pawns for black. So yeah, that is quite a big difference already. It looked really nice for black, but as you said, queen h5 was the final straw. And yeah, now the position is just falling apart. But yeah, we saw some really nice ideas there from Sundram. So that's really amazing.
Yeah, unfortunately, 4 extra pawns, I think, is a little bit too much to deal with when you're playing against Raunak Sadhwani. I know I lose him all the time. And look at that. The queen is under attack, but takes the bishop because the queen for black now is threatened. You take c6, you lose h5, you're down a piece, you're down a bunch of pawns. It looks like Raunak has this one in the bag. So, Anna-Maja, are there any other games that you can see that are matchups that you want to head on over to? Because this game is pretty one-sided.
Let's have a look. I think so we have 2 really close matchups. Let's have a look how Benjamin Bach is doing against GM Morrow.
Okay, pulling that one up here. I see a bishop on h1, and maybe it's not upset to be in the corner. Normally pieces don't like being there, but at some point e4 can be played. It has the length of diagonal, so I kind of like white's position.
Yeah, it's not such a bad piece. You don't need to have it activated all the time. It's perfectly fine right there. And yeah, for now, white is putting pressure on the c pawn, so black defends that really well. And oh, we see an open king situation. Yeah. Sadly, there's no dark squared bishop here for either side to defend or attack. So
yeah, I can do that though. I can pull the bishop to b2 and just try to go for checkmate. But that's really important because the king looks like it's in danger, but what's the next white piece to attack with?
Yeah, it's not so easy. As I said, like there's no dark squared bishops anywhere to be seen. There's no knights in a position that could jump around. So for now, Black is defending really well. And yeah, Benjamin goes for G4, trying to open up the position, bring both of the rooks into the attack. But for now, it seems like this bishop on G6 is holding everything together very well in combination with the rook on E5.
Yes, and that was a really important lesson that Moroni just showed us by taking this pawn h5, because some people say, I can't ruin my pawn structure, but allowing h6 when that queen was on the diagonal would have been a problem. So that's why he in fact took. But now it's an endgame, and it looks like Black has the worst pawn on the board, this pawn on c7.
Oh, yeah, and I believe there was rook takes b6, if I'm not mistaken. The pawn on c7 was pinned, so that was a slight missed opportunity. Benjamin's going for it again.
You miss it once, you hope it still exists, but now all these pawns on dark squares, the bishop on f5 covers the rook, but still, this is such a long-term weakness for Black, and White's ahead by nearly 20 seconds.
Exactly, yeah. All right, bishop on d7, very defensive. Oh, does that drop upon rook a8? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's...
Rook a7, rook takes c7. All the rooks are weirdly placed with pins in the 7th rank.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. And look how activated, how the bishop got activated from h1. It's only c6 now. Can you imagine?
Yeah, and Black did the same, right? The bishop on g6 was running around the board, and now it's starting to attack some pawns. And what's the material count? It's an extra pawn for White, but h5 is now loose. If you take b6, I would take and push this a pawn. Ooh.
Ooh, this
nice.
Could be interesting. Okay, the a pawn can still be pushed. Okay, well, the h5 is dropping, but rook b5. This is rook endgames are always so complicated. Like one moment you might be winning, and then poof, your advantage is over, and it's a draw.
Speaking of winning rook endgames, Benjamin Bach was crushing it at Chess Played Quick, so he knows his endgame. And right now he's up 8 seconds about, and he's the one with the advantage because of his outside pass pawn. But look at Moroni; he's holding everything together.
Yeah, but the time situation is very close, and I don't think Benjamin wants to be going for a draw here. So he's trying to do everything to avoid the repetition and trying to flag his opponent.
Okay, but now he might not even need to just win on time. His king is activated, and look at this rook on h5, Anna-Maja. It cuts it before that pawn e4 was captured. It cut off both the Black's pawns, and now you're simply getting a queen.
Exactly. Yeah, the pawn is promoting, and what a great. Oh, okay, yeah, that's still fine. It's wait a second, you can't stop the pawn.
No, he made a mistake. He
can't stop. Oh my
god! The
God.
Black king shoulders the White king, so you can't get in, and it's just a draw.
Oh my goodness! Wow, that happened so fast. I'm not sure what the mistake was, but now it's a forced draw.
Flag him.
Wait.
Oh no! 1 second. Just move your rook. Let Black get a queen. He should have won on time.
He could have gotten a check-in, perhaps, like in any way possible, and then flagged that way. Oh, but do you want to win that way?
Yes, yes. This is Benjamin Bach. He's playing, great chess. He was doing so well to try to use the clock as a weapon. And if he wants a say in the Bullet Championship, if he's trying to qualify, he's going to need to flag his opponents there.
That is very true. Yeah. It's the time format that allows to go for the flag. Everyone is signing for this, obviously. I've seen Untitled Tuesdays, Rook versus Rook being played with 1 second increments, so I wouldn't be surprised to see these kind of things here as well.
Right. I mean, you got to go for it. And sometimes you feel bad, but when there's competition and, the spot in the semifinals here in the Arena Kings at stake, yeah, your opponent will get over it and you'll be happy. So it's worth it.
Exactly. All right.
Whoa.
Should we move on to a different game? Yeah.
Yeah. Hikaru's game is just looking wild. So I think we should go over there. I see Hikaru's king on e8, and White is down at least 2 pieces, but this king on e8 didn't look safe, at least when I was hovering over the board, when it was a little mini board. But now somehow with no development, Black is the one who's going to win the game.
How did this game even happen? It's like Hikaru gave the opponent a few moves or something. I don't know.
Where's the checkmate? Bishop e6. Okay, step
Bishop
1.
d6.
But it's like you should have a mate, and yet you don't have a final check. But White also is not attacking you anymore.
Kind of crazy. Wow.
Yeah.
And okay, Hikaru is up on time. Has 1 minute on the clock, and Fritzi Shag has only 16 seconds. So. Yeah, but seems like a very good trial, Fritzi. I mean, it's one thing to play against Hikaru and like survive, but it's another thing to actually get Hikaru to think for some time, because I know how Hikaru plays. He just plays super quickly. So it's already very hard to drag his clock down.
That's right. And well, I mean, this one is definitely over. I mean, 3 extra pieces for Hikaru. So he's going to make his way to the semifinals. No surprises there. Let's head away from this one. And now it's officially over. Should we go to the matchup between Badur Jobava and Vugar Rasulov?
Sounds great. Yeah. Let's have a look. They drew their first game. So let's see. Seems like White is doing fantastic. Yeah, exactly. You're pointing out the pawn on a4 is just crushing it.
But this was Black's only try, because if you do nothing, then White just pushed the pawn. So right now, it's what, 1 pawn for a bishop, and at least you're creating some confusion. Rook b1 to be a blunder, knight d2. So there are forks, knights are tricky pieces, and the clock situation, Anna-Maja, it's about a minute plus per side. I feel like that gives White some room to go wrong, even if Jobava is objectively winning.
That is very true. Yeah, I certainly agree. It's not so simple. There's pawn on b4 as well. There's a lot of pieces like being defended by, like the queen is defending the knight and the bishop. So those pieces are a little loose. So White still has to figure out how to deal with this situation. It's not looking that clear.
Oh, and you see the evaluation mark going down a bit, that the knight on d3 is lost. So you're an extra pawn for White after all that, but there's still a pinned bishop. Knight f3 can come with check. Of course, White is doing well, but it's complicated, and there is room for mistakes to happen soon.
For sure, yeah, the time is still relatively close. Black is spending quite some time now, though. Let's see how Jobava is going to deal with that. Is he going to be playing super accurate or super fast? And King G2, that was not liked by the computer.
but that's such a normal move, King G2, just to get off the back rank. Somehow the engine was not approving it, but now we see that with the rook trades, it's very clear that White can just push this pawn up the board.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy how 1 pawn can make such a big difference, even though it's like not even advanced far ahead just yet. It can make such a big difference already. And it does allow like Black is preparing h3 check, and that could that's very close.
Queen d1, king f4.
Where is the king going?
I don't know. Can it maybe king g4, queen e6, or f5 check also would have forked the pieces, but knight b3 after all that. So maybe a6, just distract the queen and take the knight. Oh my goodness.
What is happening? Both players are in time and trouble situation right now. The pawn is pushing all the way to a8.
Right. You can even push it.
Is Jobava going to make it in time?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, but if bishop g2 is queen f5 check, be careful. Don't play king h4.
Almost a checkmate.
Oh, gosh. But it looks like Jobava, he has things covered, but not moving that quickly. Surprise check there. Take on e3. Oh my goodness, Jobava.
Oh my god, both players are on 5 seconds.
Ooh, but trading the queens, of course, was bad. Take g6.
Yeah.
Gotta move. Okay.
Don't make a stalemate.
No. Got it with 1.8 seconds.
That was so close. Wow, what a very exciting game that was. That got too close. That got too close in the time scramble, because Jobava was leading by a lot of seconds there, and those seconds were really crucial. But in the end, it was Vugar that was not able to catch up there. But very well played by both players. That was really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Vugar did everything he possibly could to make Badur's life as difficult as possible. So this one, Vugar needs to win. Should we check in on the Bach versus Moroni match very quickly to see
Sounds great.
Going there? Okay, we'll switch games. We see that Bach, your compatriot, is up 1 point. So all that Benjamin needs is a draw. And for Moroni, he's saying, let's keep this complicated. Let's get it sharp. There's a knight on e5, a rook staring down a queen along the e file. So it's at least a fight.
Yeah, looks really interesting so far. It's a interesting pawn structure as well. Looks like White has a lot of space, but at the same time, this knight on e5 looks really nice, really well placed. Could go to g4 at some point if needed. Looks like a really balanced game so far. I'm curious to see how the player is gonna try to find some complications in this position.
Well, I think that Black just missed his opportunity. He needs to win this game. So I think Luca Moroni should have played f5, although c5 is an interesting attempt. The move f5 when that knight was all the way on the queen side looked interesting, just to open up some lines against the Black king side.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't really like Black's pawn structure over here. The pawn d6 is very weak. There's another pawn on a6 actually hanging right now. So yeah, I'm not sure. Does White want to take that pawn on a6? I guess there's rook a8 followed up by that. So you don't want to take that pawn just yet.
You know, I get it. I'm sometimes very greedy. I see a hanging pawn, I want to take it. But there are moments where, as you're saying, we should show restraint. Like, all right, I'll leave that. It's a weakness. I'll get it later.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, goes queen d1. It's quite a passive move, actually.
I think you can just take because there are no useful discoveries, as this knight on e5 will slip into the d3 square. But both players may be playing a little bit nervously right now, as there's a spot in the semis at stake.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, all the Benjamin needs obviously is a draw, so he can play it safe. And all he needs to do is just try to keep up with the time situation, because he's currently down to 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, which is 20 seconds less than his opponent. So he has to still do some work there.
And I would say that both kings are not that safe. The black king not so safe because maybe there's a problem with the diagonal on knight g5, and this is why white's king isn't safe. This knight's already on g4, aiming at the f2 pawn.
Exactly, yeah. Black definitely has a lot of counterplay here, and it's not so clear how white can proceed here. You can't really push the pawns.
Yeah, you would love to. Knight d2, protecting the pawn and cutting the queen off from the f2 pawn. So queen takes d5 was a threat. That's why the queen went back. And don't move that queen, because then d4 check could hit you at the wrong time.
Exactly, you're right. And a5 is trying to prepare queen b6 to eliminate the pawn on a6 at one point. You could maybe even move the knight around to c5 to attack that pawn. Okay, here he goes with knight b3. It's not liked by the engine, but I think it's a good practical decision to go for.
Yeah, and I'm actually not sure why the engine hates it so much. I guess black needs to do the attack somehow. So maybe knight e5, because this black knight needs to get in the game. And if you can get to a square like e1, all of a sudden black's knight's getting near the king, and knight h6 step in the wrong direction. But knight f5, watch out for knight e3. Don't blunder that move.
Yeah, that is very dangerous. Queen f3 is covering everything so far, but the pawn is hanging now on b4. And now after knight takes a6, you also drop the pawn on a5. So now it's becoming a really balanced position. And obviously Benjamin is perfectly fine with this, because all he needs is a draw. So all he needs to do right now is just to survive this game and not flag. He has only 26 seconds left.
But I think he's in big trouble because of the 20-second difference with the king on g2 like this. There's going to be all sorts of forks and swindles that you need to watch out for. So Benjamin's great. He's really fast, but he needs to find a queen trade instantly. And even once the queen trades are off Anna-Maja, I think still in trouble.
You're absolutely right, Robert. Oh, this is getting dangerous. Below 20 seconds already.
Queen e5. Okay, he got the queen trade.
Yeah, but now
he's flying slowly.
Yeah, you gotta speed up. You gotta speed up.
And now you've created a weakness. Oh, now he's trying to trade pawns. If he trades all the pawns, it's immediately a draw. But no F5 for you. Oh, knight takes F7 and F5.
Oh, wow.
He got it. Well done, Benjamin.
There's no way. There's no way for black to avoid this.
No, that was really well done. Now, I mean, he spotted that. Just take the pawn. And he got the last pawn to draw.
He got it with 4 seconds left. Wow.
Yeah, that was really nicely done by Benjamin.
Yeah, we see his point of view right now, and he's absolutely pre-moving that. And the game is going to end in a draw. Wow. What a huge comeback, so to say, in the time situation. Obviously, the game was on the Benjamin was leading that game. He had the upper hand, but a draw was perfectly fine for him. So he's moving on to the semifinals. Really nice, really good job.
Oh my gosh. And we just tuned in. And yes, congratulations, Benjamin. There was just a huge missed opportunity for Vugor Rasulov. And I'll just show very quickly. You want to take with the less valuable piece, but rook takes f3 check, g3, knight d3 check was winning for white, because you take this knight on e3, the king has to budge. So that was a missed shot. We're going to go to the live position just because the moves are happening fast. And well, it seems like it's just going to be a draw.
Yeah, exactly. The only one that can win here is white with the pawn, but obviously Badriers are going to take that pawn, so it ends in a draw. And yeah, Jobava is also moving on to the semifinals. Wow.
we had some great finishes there, some time scrambles. And for Rasulov, it's not a very happy finish because he had that chance there, right? He could have won the game and he had plenty of time. I mean, at that point, Anna-Maja, he's too strong with 20 plus seconds on his clock not to see Rook takes F3. It's hard. I know it's much easier to commentate, but Rook takes F3, taken with a more valuable piece is counterintuitive, but here it was winning.
Exactly. Yeah. It's super hard to spot these kind of tactics when you're so low, like they were relatively low on time, so to say. And it's not an easy tactic to see. You always want to take the piece with the least valued a piece, so it makes so much sense. Do we still have other games going on, or have all the matches ended so far?
We're done. All 4 matches have concluded, so we know our final 4.
All right, so we're moving on to a short break now, where we will be back with the semifinals. And what is the match you're looking forward to most, Robert?
You're asking the difficult question. I need the break to think about my answer, but when we return, I'll decide an answer that probably will be Hikaru, but maybe it won't be. So we'll be right back.
Okay, we'll be right back. The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. It all gets going at 9 a.m. Pacific on the weekend of Saturday, February 12th, right here on Chess.com, every single Saturday in the upcoming how many weeks? Almost the entire year. Have you been participating? Well, you have been doing commentary on this, right, Robert?
Yeah, I will try to participate at some point. I was so kindly given a wildcard entrance to the tournament. I would love to, but people are always like, I don't want you to play. I want you to commentate. I'm getting mixed messages, you know?
Okay, one day we hope to see you there, Robert. Will be absolutely amazing. But for now, we are going to look at the semifinals of Arena Kings. We have 2 matches left in the semifinals. We're going to have a look at Hikaru playing against Benjamin Buck, a huge matchup over there. Let's have a look at the game.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if Benjamin wins, does he get fired? Because I know he's been commentating a lot on Hikaru's channel. So it's one of these tough ones where you play someone you collaborate with, but that's the nature of these events. The streamers all know each other. And right now, Anna-Maja looks like this pawn e4. It is under attack twice, but Benjamin does not take this pawn e4. There are knight e5 tactics, so it's good to keep an eye out on that.
Exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And what amazes me most about this game so far is how far they are advanced in the game while only having spent like less than 30 seconds each. So that's absolutely amazing. The game is super fast paced and both players are trying their best to catch up with the other, which is really amazing to see.
Yeah, and to be very careful because now bishop a5 is a threat. He misses it. Oh, no. I'm trying to warn him. We can't talk to players, but that was a big miss from Benjamin.
That is super, super unfortunate. Yeah, he still has some chances, obviously, to try to make the best out of this. But against Hikaru, who still has 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, that's going to be a very tough one.
Yeah, and Hikaru brings the queen back because bishop h5 was the threat with the queen on g4, but the bishop can interpose now that the queen's back on e2. So it's objectively should be a win for white. But honestly, in blitz chess, these things can be difficult because sometimes you want to push your pawns forward like you just did with f4, but that can weaken your king. So it's going to be an interesting task here for Hikaru, but he should be able to pull this one out.
Exactly. Yeah, I like what Benjamin is trying to do here with the rook on b2. Sadly, it doesn't do much because the pawn on c2 is very well defended and you don't have another attacker on that pawn. But yeah, you got to try what you can try. And yeah, maybe he can try to make the best out of this with the pair of bishops. Who knows?
Well, if he can get his bishop to d4, pawn f6, pawn e5. That's what you need, is like a sort of outpost for your bishop. And so I would try for something like that. Unfortunately, f5 is about to be played and your bishop on g6 is going back to h7, which is not where you want to go.
Exactly. Yeah, bishop to h4. There is a small gap over there for the bishop, but Hikaru adjusts and plays rook f1 right away. And yeah, there's not a big problem there for white. Benjamin goes for f5, trying to open up the position and free his bishops that are a little stuck over there on the side of the board. But yeah, this pass on e5 is really damaging for black, I would say.
For sure. And black's king is sort of safe for the moment, but also can be under some fire. And on white's king is really safe on h1. Oh, that move wasn't approved of, the move e6, and it gives this bishop a home on f6. So Anna-Maja, this bishop is stopping the pawn from advancing to e7. It's protecting the pawn on c3 and protecting this pawn on g7. So no checkmating attack, and the advantage is slipping.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It looks very easy, you know, from the side to say like, okay, it's very much winning here for white, but this bishop on f6 is quite a monster, and I believe that Hikaru would want to get rid of that as soon as possible because there's no way. Wait a second, queen a2!
Oh no! It's turning around! Benjamin,
wait a second, what?
And black's now the one who's winning.
Can you believe the power of that bishop on f6 is crazy? The bishop is stopping all sorts of threats, all sorts of opportunities for white to win this game. And there you go, queen a2. Wow. And now Hikaru spending time, queen f3. This is not looking good for Hikaru. The pawn on c3 is bound to promote.
Wow. And I mean, bishop g2, Hikaru is great at putting up defense in positions like this, but it looks like this should be Benjamin's game. I think there's a move like bishop h5, say, please take me on d2, as the pawn's going to go promote. So
he spots it.
Oh my goodness. What a turnaround.
Wow.
And now you can even trade queens and bring your bishop to d1 and try to push this pawn. I mean, he's just making clear progress now.
Wow, that's some impressive gameplay of Benjamin right there. What a comeback.
Seriously. I think you could just trade queens and then play bishop d1.
Yeah, bishop d1 and you can stop the pawn.
And he plays queen d3. I can understand keeping queens on the board. Your king is more safe, so you want to go after the white king. And also, Hikaru is way down on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. So that's definitely not making his life easier in this situation. The least he could have done is like trying to keep up with the time. But obviously, like in such a situation, super hard. Like you're in the worst position, and then also you have to play quickly. That's not the easiest task.
No, not at all. Queen takes e6, steal that pass pawn, and then it's very easy for black to play. He's up time. He's up position. Queen e4 check. It's not check, sorry, but Queen e4 trading the queens. That probably is sufficient for the win. And he plays Queen e2, trying to do the same, but Bishop c2 played. Good move.
Okay, Benjamin has to play much faster now because they're both around the same time now. Hikaru is catching up, and this is not looking that great anymore for Benjamin.
Hikaru's going to flag him.
Yeah, I'm having the feeling as well because Hikaru is super strong in short time controls. He's playing super fast and super scary and accurate.
Yeah, and Benjamin brings the king in. He's trying, but this white king is going to c2. No, white's winning. The rook is too good.
The rook defends the pawn on h3 just by one move, and oh my god, Hikaru is 1 second! 1 second!
Oh, he takes the last pawn!
It's a draw! It's a draw! Oh my goodness! What just happened in the last 5 moves? I don't even know.
Oh my gosh!
Goodness. And we see the perspective of both players. We saw the perspective of both players right there. That was absolutely crazy. I don't know what I just witnessed. That was madness.
Seriously, and that was a tale of like 2 games where the first half Hikaru was just crushing. Then all of a sudden one slip and Benjamin was winning. And then of course the game ends in a draw. So both players had their chances, some missed opportunities, but now we're in game 2. And I like this opening from Hikaru's perspective. It's such an adventurous line full of life and dynamism. And watch out in these positions for this bishop on b7.
Yeah, that can be quite a monster over there. Hikaru goes queen a4, really active, and he's going to be playing queen b3 perhaps? Or do you think that's not an idea he's considering just yet?
Oh, I'm glad the question was answered for us because I didn't know. And Benjamin says, not for you. But c4 is going to be lost, right? Just put your rook on c1. And I think you can put either rook, but this rook on d1 is a little bit. No, it's not because we're going to trade with everything and we take with the queen. I thought for a second the rook on d1 would be hanging if you take on c4, but no. Benjamin's he's cruising right now.
Yeah, wow. It's absolutely crazy. And yeah, it doesn't look so bad for black, but yeah, just the white pieces are just super active. The rooks are developed now, and the rook on d7 looks a little awkward over there.
It does. So you steal one pawn. Now he's just thinking, I'm going to trade into the endgame. But honestly, this is sometimes how advantages go away, where you think, I've been told, my coach always told me growing up, trade pieces when you're ahead. But if it's only one extra pawn, black will certainly have his say at trying to make a draw.
Exactly. Yeah. So the bishop on d5 looks actually pretty strong. Okay, there we go. It's going to be traded off soon. It's definitely a piece you want to get rid of. Takes right away. I was going to ask, do we want to trade that? And there you go. Benjamin trades it off. Now you have the bishops here on the board. Which one is better? I would say the bishop on e7 indeed, because the bishop on e3 is kind of stuck, tied up to the pawn on d4. And I wouldn't even know where to put this bishop elsewhere, honestly. I don't really see a better square at the moment.
And honestly, I mean, we see the eval bar, but even without the eval bar, it's clear that black is the one who's been pushing forward. You mentioned the bishop on e3 being a bad piece. It's a defensive piece. Watch out for rook d8. This pawn d4 is loose. Rook a8. I mean, this pawn a3 won't survive very long. So if I'm Benjamin, I'm thinking, can I just trade these pawns here? I don't want to allow a passer on the d4 square. And, well, I think after c takes d4, you're in some big trouble if you're Benjamin Bach. There's so many pins down the d line.
Yeah, that looks really dangerous with the doubled rooks on the d files. Hikaru goes for c takes d4, and it looks like Benjamin cannot capture it back on d4, as he would lose a piece with bishop c5 in the end. So,
and this is the opposite of game 1. Here, Benjamin won a pawn, was much better. Now he's suddenly much worse, and he went right into this bishop c5, and
yeah.
No matter where this queen goes, like e3 or e4, this queen a4.
Wow, yeah, that is very unfortunate for Benjamin. And he sees it. There you go.
This is losing for white, and it's not even much of a fight at this point, unfortunately. He's down on the clock as well, Anna-Maja, so everything is going wrong for him.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Benjamin could definitely have used the point in the last game. But yeah, I still wouldn't say it's over yet. I've seen some surprises in the last game. So yeah, Benjamin is still down in exchange again. But yeah, he's holding up pretty well. I mean, the bishop on b4 defending the pawn on a3, and a3 pawn is defending the bishop. The pawn e5 could also be defended at any point by the bishop, so maybe it's not that simple.
Yeah, I didn't like the move g5. I thought that it created weaknesses for the black king, and now the queens are off the board, but trying to win this position doesn't seem so easy. The king is locked out, so I think what black is going to do, Anna-Maja, is play f6 at some moment, and then try to create a pass pawn, because that's the only way that black can win, and h3 was lost, so now there are many ways that black can win.
Okay, yeah, now the position is falling apart for Benjamin. Hikaru has a pass pawn on g5, and this should be an easy win. And we see a resignation coming in. Just as I said that. So yeah, very well played by Hikaru. Very clean conversion. Very convincing as well. Let's see if Benjamin fights back in the third game.
And the good news for Benjamin is he can tilt Hikaru, because Hikaru was that looked like tilt at the start of the game, an opening choice that I like, but he misplayed it and was down a clear pawn. So now Hikaru is playing the hippo. I mean, I'm very happy to see this. It's what I play in every single game. And the point is, he'll just fianchetto both bishops. He'll take on g6. He doesn't need to rush it. The bishop can't go anywhere. I don't think you like the hippo, though. I got the sense by your voice there.
I am not familiar with the hippo whatsoever. So
so you don't watch my streams is what you're saying.
I mean, I've seen it, obviously. I've seen your games, and I really love the way you're executing the opening, but sadly,
it's okay. It's okay.
It goes beyond my knowledge.
that was well done. You really made an effort there, but it's okay. My feelings won't be hurt. It's kind of funny though right now is that white has a bishop pair and black has double pawns, and yet look at the evaluation, saying completely winning for black. And the reason why, this f4 square, knight c5, knight e6, knight f4. If you take with a piece on e4, you have a problem down the f line. And he plays, okay, he's bringing this knight to f4 and the f. Oh gosh, look at that pawn on g2.
Yeah. What really amazed me in this opening, like I remember seeing one of your games as well today, that you don't need to be up material to have a better position, like a much better position, because I remember seeing the same kind of thing, and you were just much better because you had such a great position. So yeah, it's really interesting, like those holes in the position can matter so much.
Yes, and it looks honestly just like a big problem, a lasting problem. Rook d7, knight e5 happening next. Oh my gosh, that was a tactic that Hikaru spotted so quickly. And then knight f4, a counter shot.
Wow, a lot of tactics there. Queen c4, pinning the rook as well. What is happening?
I guess you have to play queen e7, otherwise you lose your bishop on c5. So you could throw in bishop e3 check now that I think about it, but I don't really think you want your bishop there. Queen e7 at least targets the a3 pawn. And he plays
bishop e3 check. Queen d2, very active, but is enough. Knight takes f7. There's the rook hanging there. Yeah, he goes for it. Bishop f1.
Okay, Ooh. Queen d1 check. Queen takes f3 available. All of a sudden, black's starting to scoop up some of the pawns.
Yeah, now the pawns on the king's side are falling apart. b5. Wait, the bishop what a clutch move.
The bishop on f1.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So, Queen e8.
There might be a draw by force. You have to play rook f7, rook f8. Wow, that is.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Benjamin, because obviously it's enough for Hikaru to make a draw and move on to the finals. But this is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and you can't stop it because Queen g7, of course, is checkmate. There's nothing you can do to block the diagonal. I mean, you can play rook f6, but he's losing. He says, I'm going to lose instead of make a draw because I'm eliminated. And honestly, that's a very respectable thing to do. There's a couple of rating points, not that big a deal. He just wants to give himself a chance, but really, he's just going to lose this game.
Not so fast, Robert. I'm seeing some chances here. Rook f2, attacking the pawn on c2, or rook c8 works as well. It's not that clear anymore.
I agree. This H pawn could be dangerous, and now you're losing the E6 pawn. So white remains up a pawn, but that outside pass pawn for black is very, very nice.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like we're still in the range of a draw, so that is still benefiting Hikaru. But yeah, it's definitely better, much better than what we saw a few moves ago. So kudos for Benjamin for trying at least. And I think they're going for the repetition. Are they going for repetition? Hikaru's thinking.
Rook k4 check. Oh, but Benjamin will king g3 be played? King f3 played
Plays
instead.
A different move, okay.
Oh, wants to push the pawn. protect the bishop, and bishop c. What a good move by Hikaru.
Yeah, just trading off the bishops, and the draw should be really easy to make. You just push one of the pawns, and well.
I was gonna say the same thing, and now you taught me well. I'm not gonna talk about results in this game, but this pawn, rook a1, rook g1, and king e3, king c3, king f2. You sack the rook, and
and now you have two connected passers, and that must be a draw.
yes, it is a draw, but there's definitely room for either side to make a mistake. But this is well-known draw territory. Bring the rook here.
Exactly.
And then you can just play king e5 and go after this pawn.
Yeah, and the problem here is as soon as white promotes here, rook takes, king takes, and the pawn on c6 disappears as well. So rook b6 really neat.
Because c7, rook takes pawn, and then it's a pin, so you're going to give up your rook for that pawn anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no way for white to progress there. And that's a draw. And that is the end of this match. Congratulations to Hikaru for advancing to the finals. Benjamin Bog played some really good chess there. That was actually super close. It could have been the other way around for sure.
Yeah, that first game, I mean, Hikaru won an exchange, and then everything started collapsing for him at a critical moment, but it wasn't meant to be for Benjamin. Hikaru moves on, and will he face Raunak? Will he face Badur? We'll find out as this game 1 is underway, and we have a London system.
Okay, yeah, it's actually interesting. I believe Jobava is the one playing the London system himself. There is this line called the Jobava, but now he's facing the London system himself.
Yes, and it's kind of like a Caro-Kann now, and which is funny because Jobava plays the Caro-Kann against 1e4, and it's an exchange Caro-Kann where white plays e takes d5, black plays c takes. This is exactly the type of position you get where white has more space. The knight can come to e5, right? White's rook on the e file will be active, and these double pawns on the king side. If a knight comes to g5 and a queen over to the king side, there could be some danger.
Exactly. Yeah. I face this position quite often with the white pieces, and I always get disturbed how hard it is to move the piece around and find some concrete play, because black also has the same ideas, moving their knights around, and is able to create some play on the queen side most of the times. But it seems like Raunak is dominating on the queen side so far with the move a5. So there's no b6 whatsoever for black.
Right.
That's not a great move.
Exactly. Open up the rook. So the rook develops on the starting square. And another issue for black is to kick a knight out of e5, you might have to play f6, but then your g6 pawn is under attack. So one knight was traded. The next knight was a reinforcement. And honestly, Anna-Maja, this looks no fun for black. There's just nothing to attack. White can continue making progress. King g2. Maybe there'll be like rook h1 and h5 that you have to look out for. So I like this for Raunak.
Yeah, exactly. I fully agree. Yeah, the plan of white looks much more clear. Jobava is trying to put the knight on a different square. Maybe it's going to e4. Could even be going to c or to trade off the knights. But we see, whoa, what's happening? Pawn to g5, and the pawn got all the way to h6 suddenly. h7 even.
So white wants black to take this pawn, so then the open H file could lead to a checkmate. So black is saying, if I'm going to take that pawn, maybe I'll take it with my rook. But queen e5 check is a huge threat right now.
Wow.
Oh goodness. You might play f6 just to stop queen e5, because queen e5 is devastating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, knight c4 could also be another opportunity, but that will probably be met by b3, so that's not going to help much. It's only temporarily helping black there. But yeah, it's looking really good for Raunak, and also he's up on time, so no big pressure on the time situation too. How is Jobava going to deal with this? f6, he does it.
Yeah, but it's a move that it's easy to suggest and hard to play, because now all of your pawns are a bit loose here. This pawn h7 can be captured soon, but even when you capture the pawn, your king won't be safe. So I still like white's position and is leading the clock, but rook h1 reinforcing the pawn here. h8 is a threat. h8 is a threat to remove the rook from the e6 pawn.
Wow, yeah, that's very impressive. Yeah. I like how the knight on g4 is just standing there, like, you know, you see those knights there over there, like covered by a pawn, like strengthened by a pawn, and there's no pawn that can attack it. But here it's not protected by a pawn, and it can be attacked by the enemy's pawn. Like it's so strange how good, how well placed the knight is over there.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And f5, of course, allows the knight right back into e5, but the knight is not going to be kicked out. And so there's a tactic here, but what is it? Oh my gosh. Is it queen takes d5?
Wow. And after e takes e5, rook takes e8, and there are some big things happening around that king of black. Is he gonna... Is it still working?
I think, I mean, the evaluation bar went very high. It's the only reason I even thought about it, I'm being honest, was the evaluation bar went very high and now it's going back down. So queen takes d5 there. I'll show it really quickly. The point is that queen d5, e takes d5, rook takes e8. There's checkmate with rook to g8. And if the knight, would move, the pawn promotes. So that was a missed chance there.
Yeah, exactly. It was probably less good to move afterwards because you don't have to capture back. And I think there was like rook d6, you could kick out the queen, and the queen was not able to go back to b5, something like that, perhaps.
Yeah.
There must have been a small difference there.
Oh, trade rooks. Put your queen. Oh, I thought you traded like queen f8 and then try to bring this rook back, but maybe he didn't think it would be timely.
Yeah, exactly. Both players have the same time on the clock right now, so this is gonna be... I'm sensing a huge time scramble here because it's not so clear yet what the position is gonna be like in a few moves.
Yeah, I'm playing rook h1 as white. That's rook e2. I think it's I get it. He's putting pressure on e6, but okay, he's bringing his queen over here. So you need to attack along the files here.
Are you gonna see an Ella Kynes gone over here, queen e1?
Probably. Queen e1, just line them all up.
Oh! Black is the one putting pressure on the white king on the H file.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? Queen h3. You could, okay, g4 check. The king runs away. So play queen g4. All right, queen h5 is even better. And now g4.
Wow.
Yes.
Rook h8 was such a sneaky move to push the rook back and then allow queen h7 to be played. That was absolutely beautiful.
That came out of absolutely nowhere. Queen h3 check, forcing the king to g1. And I'm just going to show that. Okay. The game's done. There was a checkmate planned.
Yeah, exactly. And Raunak resigned right away. And we're moving on to game 2.
Okay. So a 1-0 lead for Jobava. The good news for Raunak is he...
Wait, what?
Okay. I was about to sit...
G5?
Yeah, I was about to say he can make a draw and he'll get one more game. And then now he's just down a pawn on move 10.
Ouch. Was that a mouse slip or did he just play too fast?
I think this was just D takes and he went knight h5. Maybe he was going for this, but it clearly doesn't work. I mean,
yeah. I'm not familiar with the King's Indian defense myself, but I can tell that this doesn't look good for black.
Yes. No, I'm going to have to agree with you here. It does not look very good at all. And your king is unsafe. This g6 pawn needs the king's defense in many of these lines. Your bishop isn't getting out anytime soon. No, this is a tragedy.
Absolutely. He's still trying 95, trying to activate the pieces, but the pair of bishops here, bishop on d4 and bishop on e4, they're absolutely crazy, looking right towards the king. Bishop h3 is a good attempt to distract the pieces, so rook e1 is most likely to be played here. But yeah, this is not looking good here. Bishop takes e5 instead. Okay. Okay.
I knew that this was a possibility, but somehow I didn't like this. The reason why, the bishop on e5, the bishop on h3, it feels like black has some serious compensation, but I do like the move bishop e4 because the compensation came in the form of a potential attack. Now black has a rook for a knight and two pawns, and it's clear that white is doing well because black's king is unsafe. But I feel like, all right, there's some chances here for Raunak. He's doing everything right, putting his queen and bishop on the same diagonal.
For sure, yeah. Creating such material imbalances definitely allows the opponent to make a comeback, especially in this time control. Like, maybe in classical chess, it's a different story, but here, anything can happen. We've seen the craziest thing so far, so there's definitely still some chances here for Raunak, despite the worst position here so far.
And Raunak's the better bullet player between the two. So this game's still about 2 minutes per side. That's plenty of time. Oh, e5 though, that traps the bishop. It's over. As soon as I say, oh,
he didn't play it. He didn't play it.
Oh my gosh, that would have ended the rook on e7 was in the bishop's path. So e5 you can't take with the pawn, you lose your rook, and if you don't move your bishop, you lose it. So that was really fortunate there. And instead, the game continues.
That was a missed opportunity by Jobava to close down the match. Let's see. So he's taking it very easy, trying to push the pawns at a very slow pace, and he's absolutely in his right to do that.
Yeah.
Bishop e5, that's very creative.
And if king g3, there's rook takes f4. So that's why he went f5. Just to show that real quick. King g3, rook f4,
tactic.
and rook f8. And black has some, I mean, not just compensation. Black could even be the side for choice. So, wow, that was a nice move. And now black has a blockade on the dark squares. The king coming to e7. Anna-Maja, you said he could have ended the match. Jobava could have. Now he needs to fight on.
He needs to put actual work into this this game. Still, it's still going. He's up on time though, so it's definitely looking good for him still. But he needs to put some effort into this.
That's right. I mean, if you play g6, that looks like a move you don't. Oh, what a find! Bishop e2. If the pawn captures on a4, there's this check. That was great.
Right, it goes for rook c8 to give a check on the king. Is it enough? You don't really have a follow up there, so he tries d5. He tries to open up everything he can to maybe create a repetition or maybe even letter if possible.
Yeah, actually, the second rook could come to b8 if you're not careful. And if that rook comes to b4, you're getting mated. But that's why the rook came to e1. And nice. Really nicely done by Jobava. Just bishop is stabilized with the pawn a4, and now his pawns are marching.
Exactly, yeah. And there's no problem here for either side regarding the time situation. They're very at the same amount of time and also around 1 minute. So not a huge pressure yet, but Raunak is spending some time here.
Yeah, he's just trying to find.
He plays.
He wants rook takes h5. Oh, but it doesn't work. This rook e6 check at the end, picking up the bishop.
Oh, yeah, f6 is a really nice move, yeah.
It's resign time. F7.
Yeah, this is resignable f7, and you can't stop the pawns anymore. You can you even sacrifice? Okay, well, the rook still has to move, but maybe there's even rook takes e5 at some point. I don't think so anymore because there's a lot of captures with checks even, so it's asking for problems. But there's definitely many ways to win this position. Just gotta take it easy.
And look at the clock. It's about to be 30 seconds per side approximately. That's not good news if you're Jobava when the position looked easily winning. Now you have to still convert this. Okay, so
you're absolutely right. What
king takes?
It doesn't look so easy. Like, how do you push the pawns now? Because the pawn on g6 is blocked.
It's gone.
It's taken now. It's gone.
Wait, rook f6 check. King g5.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Rook takes f7. Rook takes f1. He's gonna flag him. I think Raunak's going to win this game in the clock.
Oh my god, it's down to flag fast. And there is literally nothing in the position anymore. There's literally nothing. You're just... I mean, Jobava has a pawn more right now, but it's not enough to make it to the end of the board. It's not able to pass at all.
He's going to flag him. And if this game's a draw, there's still another game. But I think Raunak is going to beat him on the clock.
He could just trade...
No chance that
he's going for the flag. Oh my goodness.
He's winning this game.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's getting really close.
Yeah, it's getting close. Jobava's fast.
Close.
Oh, he had a check. Okay. Go here. Oh, trade rooks. Oh, he won a time. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, he could trade the rooks in the very last move, but that's such a hard move to make because you don't expect it at all. What a big surprise, what a big upset at the end there. Oh my goodness, that was not expected at all. Jobava had the upper hand the entire game pretty much, and this is what it has come down to.
You were saying it earlier, right? You need to end the match when the opportunity presents itself. He was not finding the tactical shots that ended the game on the spot. And that meant that Raunak could make the time go down to the final seconds. And Raunak is one of the best speed players on the planet. So now it's game 3, both sides tied. I need a breath.
Yeah, there's definitely some really exciting games have been going on so far. I'm actually like the players are mentally so strong. I wouldn't know how Jobava is feeling right now after that game. First of all, like having such a fantastic position and then having to end the game like that in time trouble. I don't know how these guys are dealing with it, but you gotta have a lot of nerves for that.
Wow. And you have to have a lot of nerves to place with b5 over here, because after a takes b5, rook takes b5. This rook on a1 is well situated, but the knight comes back to d3. I don't know about this, Anna-Maja. I feel like it's a risky opening, at least post-opening decision there by Jobava.
Yeah, exactly. White has a really nice position so far. These knights in the position are super good. The knight on d3 can jump to c5 at any moment. And the other knight can join there as well if it goes to b3. So yeah, they're coordinating very well. And the pawn a5 is, I would say, a slight weakness. You can't really attack it right now because the knight is defending it, but it could be a deal breaker in the end of this game.
Yeah, it's, look at black using the force to defend the pawn, but your knight c5 move, watch out for knight a6. So many people don't see this fork. I have witnessed games, I have played games where knight a6 happens because you're just not looking out for it.
Exactly. Yeah. Knights are the most tricky pieces on the board for sure, especially in this time control. And that drops the pawn. Raunak just dropped the pawn on b2
for no reason. Oh, knight a4. No, there's rook b1. There's rook b1. Oh my gosh! I saw a fork.
Almost, we got scared.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I saw a fork. All right, I think he needs to play knight d7. Does Raunak and try to get his queen to f8. Knight d7 now, especially.
Ooh, that is a really sneaky move there. e5. It looks like such a nice move. Knight e7 really breaks that, and makes it a really not such a good move anymore.
Yeah, because knight d7 was already an idea. Oh, Raunak, he's not seeing things. Now just take this pawn. Just take that.
And after queen takes d5, I'm assuming we're just gonna take the pawn on c3 and run.
Yeah. And now you can play queen c6 after queen takes d5, at the very least, and go a pawn up knight endgame, which is, I think, just should be a win, but you have to prove it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ooh, this king got around very fast.
King is going to a5 really fast. Okay, goes to d5 instead to hunt down the knight.
Okay, king c4. Then there might be like a knight e6. So you can't trade knights. If the knights are traded, black, of course, wins because of this outside pass pawn. So knight a4 played instead.
Yeah, this is looking like a much more comfortable situation for Jobava in this game. Well, obviously he was winning like crazy last game, but hey, in this game there's less pieces on the board and they still have over a minute left on the clock, so there's less craziness gonna happen here, but it's still an end game with knights on the board. Anything can happen here.
And as soon as white pushed the pawns up, black did the same, and f3. So there's some kind of save. Oh my gosh. King d6. The threat is knight c5 to e4 checkmate.
Wait a second, and you cannot stop that. You can stop it by sacrificing the knight to a all-night trade, but that's
because you can't play g6 because h6 and then it's still mate.
It's still checkmate.
Okay, we'll show that after the game. We have to go to the live position. But what the heck? That's surprise checkmate in the end game when you're down a pawn. Oh my goodness!
Wow. That is a really beautiful pattern, yeah.
And unfortunately for Raunak, it's not going to happen. But for Jobava, you're like, whew. I hope that I never have to deal with that again. But the outside pass pawn, that's winning Jobava the game.
A knight trade. He got the knight trade.
And it's over.
And the resignation. Raunak resigned right here. And Jobava moves on to the finals. Yeah. Wow.
And I mean, I got to go back to that moment real quick. Just this right here, king d6. And I think you're right, Anna-Maja. The only way that black doesn't lose the game is by knight takes h5. That's the only way to survive because g6, you only have legal moves with your knight. You have two legal moves. Or, okay, you move your knight away somewhere. But knight h5 takes, and then maybe black just goes g4 and king g5 and takes all the pawns. So it says it's equal. But otherwise, if you move your knight, say, to e2, here comes knight c5. There's two checkmates. You can't stop both. Wow.
Wow, that is such a beautiful pattern. Absolutely crazy. I'm not sure with the time situation going on if that was even spotted by Jobava himself, but yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
Well, Jobava moves on. It seems like he's a deserving winner, and that means we'll have Bador against Hikaru.
Yeah, very exciting matchup. We're looking forward. We're gonna have a short break and we'll be back with the final match. All right, welcome back to the finals of Arena Kings. We have the crazy matchup, Jobava against Hikaru. They played in the very first game of today's Arena Kings. What are your thoughts about this match, Robert?
Well, I think Hikaru wants some revenge because Badur did take him down in Title Tuesday. These two have played each other so many times. And as the games begin, Hikaru, he's not going to stray away from his double Fianchetto. And this is always annoying for me when I play these setups when my opponent copies me.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we see a change here in the position. But yeah, that was a copy basically for a couple of moves there. So yeah, let's see what's gonna what the position is gonna be like. I like the space that Black has in this position, but White's position is very solid. I've yet to see anything terrible here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, one of the things that White would prefer is if this pawn were on f4 because you'd have a little bit more space and you have the bathtub pawn formation. But with the pawn on f2, you have to move your knight, but you're not getting your knight anywhere. Now, knight at some point could move and the bishops would stare at each other, but d4 already gives a difficult choice. And Hikaru, he takes on d4 and you have to take with the pawn. And what do you think about this pawn structure, Anna-Maja?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because this pawn on d4 is very far advanced and it could be a weakness at some point. But so far, it's very, very difficult for White to attack it. It is attacked twice, defended 3 times now. So it's pretty much impossible to pose threats right there. I feel like because of the fact that the pawn on d4 is so far ahead and the other pawns are very safe, I feel like Black has a slightly better position, much more space. And this bishop on b2 is not having the greatest time ever.
No, it's not. And look at that rerouting by Jobava. Quickly bring the bishop to b4 where it makes sure that rook e1 isn't about to happen, rook e6, rook e8, and watch out because if you allow e4 with tempo against your queen's almost trapped, but you're trying to create a pass pawn for you on the d file. So that d4 pawn that you mentioned, it never was a weakness. It's a huge strength right now.
Yeah, for sure. The bishop retreats to c5. I think Jobava is trying to plan e4 at the very right time and obviously doesn't want to trade those bishops because the bishop on c5 could be much better than the bishop on d2. Bishop d2 is very passive, so doesn't really have a future at this moment.
e4. If you take d3 and the rook's trapped.
Oh, that is so nasty.
And e3 by Jobava. He's a man possessed. Okay, this is really close to the queen's almost trapped, you know? It's oh my gosh.
It's crazy.
He sees everything right now.
Yeah, he's also up on the clock. So this is looking very, very good for Jobava, but okay, he still needs to do it because like you have a really nice position, but what is the follow-up? Queen c7 he goes, trying to set up a threat on the pawn g3.
I mean, e takes f2 is already a winning tactics. E takes f2, king takes f2, bishop takes g3 check. The queen and the king are overloaded, covering both g3 and e2. Just so to show that what that looks like very quickly. Bishop takes g3 check, queen takes, and then rook e2, rook e2, rook e2. And unfortunately for White, your king can't take the rook. So this is a really difficult moment right now for Hikaru, and he's thinking, and he's down to a minute left. Jobava well ahead on the clock and on the board.
Exactly, yeah. Hikaru decides to take on e3, and now the pawn on g3 falls, as well as probably the other pawn on h4, and the position, White's king is not safe at all.
No, it's not. e4, just you could probably take that thing, and that's what Jobava does. And you know the f file, the f7 square in particular, covered by this queen, so all of Black's pieces are working together very well. Maybe use the f file, rook f6, rook f8, and go for his kind of bishop f2.
Yeah, for sure. Like we can look at the pawn for many, many years on e4, but the f file is much more important right now for the rooks. And there he goes, rook f6, queen h3, attacking the bishop on h4. Jobava simply goes bishop g3. Doesn't really matter so much. He doesn't really care so much about the queen. And he just goes back to e5.
This bishop went g7, f8, b4, c5, d6, g3, h4, all around the board. And finally it lands on e5. And look at this. He doesn't care about his rook because this one's hanging with check. Jobava is just dominating this game.
Yeah, he's crushing it. Rook dd2 just goes back to f7. Wow.
Oh,
some
great
very
move.
clean chess over here.
Yeah, now the queens are off the board. Rook c7, give me that pawn. Give me c6. And what's the material count? 2 extra pawns here for Jobava. Now, Hikaru has some chances if this rook on d3 can get to the 7th rank, but that's why Jobava would drop the rook back.
Exactly, yeah. And now we also see that the time difference, there's 20 seconds difference. And while Hikaru has 25 seconds, that is a very big difference. Let's see, are we going to see a flag or is Jobava going to win on the position? I wouldn't know.
Yeah, he won e6 and the rook was awkwardly placed, but now e6 is rook f2 and rook e2. So the king goes up. I think you can just protect your pawn with g5. He goes rook f2. He's protecting his pawn tactically. And now king f6. Wow, this e6 pawn.
And you pick up the pawn. And yeah, now you just have 2 connected passers, and that should be a simple win.
Bishop d6, forcing the bishops off the board because there was mating ideas, and now it's 2 extra pawns, but it's close, and Hikaru's playing fast.
Yeah, Jobava has 20 seconds now, Hikaru 10 seconds.
Okay, rook
Jobava
f4.
needs to move much faster now because Hikaru is... Ooh!
He wanted no me. No, there's not. Okay.
The pawn was pinned. Oh my god, they're playing so quickly.
Rook e5, great move. Bring the king up. Rook e2, king f4, rook e3, king g3. Go.
I know from experience that this endgame is not even easy to win. I know from the experience it's so easy to fall into the trap of getting having the stalemate position. Oh my god, mate! Out of the blue checkmate. Wow.
But
what a fantastic game by Jobava.
Serious. I mean, that was an amazing game, like extremely high level. And then credit to Hikaru for surviving to that point where he almost survived in time trial. But Jobava, I mean, that was an unbelievable game by him.
That was super, super close. And it's unbelievable how Hikaru is able to make it so close despite being very, very in a very last position. And we're moving on to game 2 now. For those who don't know, this is best of 5. So we're expecting quite a few games still. But yeah, it's definitely not over yet for Hikaru. Definitely not.
No, not at all. And look at this. White's best move is d4 off the board. Like, here, take my pawn. Because the queen and bishop are lined up here, but they're staring into its own pawn. So Danya says this a lot. Bad bishops often defend good pawns. The pawn d4 is excellent, but these pieces are just awkward.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a very good quote right there. Yeah, and look at the bishop on b7. I mean, you have to be honest, Robert. The French bishop looks much better than that, right?
Yes, I agree. This has been a very strange game where all of a sudden, oh no, don't allow that bishop into the game.
The dream has come true. Rook takes c5. Wow.
He wants bishop d4. He wants the bishop to survive, but it objectively was the incorrect decision.
Wow, I've seen many situations today where exchanges were being sacrificed as if it's nothing. I think in particular from Jobava's game. So it almost looks like a trademark at this point. But wow, let's see how he's gonna handle this. Is he gonna be able to even strengthen the bishop more, give it more power by attacking the pawn on f6 even more?
You'd love that, but h3 was a great idea by Hikaru because now the bishop goes to c8. The pawn at c6 can't be attacked. So the bishop doesn't have to be a pawn. It can show that it is a real bishop and play bishop c8 and go for this pawn. So I actually think that, unfortunately for Jobava, his decision, it's not going to go very well because f6 can't be attacked and h3 is a problem.
Yeah, it was a little bit too optimistic, and I think Hikaru is doing a great job making use of this. And yeah, now the bishops are traded off, and you have a nice bishop on d4, but simply for the fact that pawn on h3 and h2 are so weak, the position is gonna fall apart very slowly.
And what's so difficult when you play Hikaru is you don't want to be afraid of him. So if there's a good exchange sacrifice, you should do it. But you also don't want to have him in a position where he forces you, not force you, but he encourages you to beat yourself. So you don't want to be afraid. But then you play an exchange sacrifice and it's not good. He's going to punish you. So it's just difficult to play Hikaru. Let's put it that way.
For sure, for sure. It's 1-1 now on the scoreboard. Jobava resigned pretty quickly there, which made a lot of sense. And now we're back to Karakan.
We are. And at first I was going to say it's a London. And then I remember that Raunak stopped playing, but we have the same exact position that Raunak was playing against Jobava. So similar ideas. And look what Hikaru is doing. He says your knight on h5, not very good. And now queen takes d5 was a threat because the pawn was pinned and up he goes.
Yeah, this looks really nice for white here. White has so much space and knights are doing such a great job. The knight on g5 specifically, very well placed. There's not a single piece that's going to bother you there. Maybe knight h7 is a move to consider here to get rid of that knight, but you don't want to play so passively. So yeah. Jobava goes again with the b5 move, as we saw earlier. But yeah, it's not so easy to make use of this b file.
Yeah, the knight does cover b3. Don't count out the exchange sacrifice. and Hikaru brings his rook to the A file, and that knight that went to E7, I think it sadly has to go right back to C6. So that looked like a mistake by Jobava, and he can fix it for the time being and not be in huge trouble, but it's clear that white gained from this knight E7, knight C6 dance.
Yeah, it's basically admitting you made a mistake, and it's so hard to do that in chess. Like, you want to make a different move because you had other plans with this knight, but he has to go back, and it's the best way to fix it. So he does that indeed, and now the pawn is on the A5. But yeah, it will be a big problem in the future, I believe.
Yeah, although from white's perspective, how do you crash through? You want to improve this knight on D2, but you can't without dropping B3. So both sides, they seem like they're in a position where they would love to improve certain pieces, just are not able to. And King G2 still will come to mind, but I think Jobava's going for E5.
Ooh, yeah, I was gonna suggest in the other game we had, I believe, Raunak versus Jobava, where the H file was being opened with G4, H5, and a pawn trade on the H file. Maybe that's gonna happen, but we see the queen side being opened completely. What is happening? The pawn D4 is very weak right now, but can you push D5 maybe? Queen D3 is just being played. Looks like the rook is gonna... The rooks are very active. I wouldn't know what's happening.
Wait, that means that you made a job with the D4 pawn. He could have just went knight C6 and attacked the rook and the pawn at the same time. So he put his knight in the wrong direction with the same plan. And unfortunately for Jobava, he's hoping that his aggressive knights will scare Hikaru. But objectively speaking, this doesn't appear to be working out for black. Although a knight takes F2, a knight takes G3, and even a knight takes H4. Like knight takes H4, there's potentially queen H2 at the end. So white does need to be careful.
It's quite dangerous, yeah, for sure. And once again, D4 pawn under attack now, but rook A8 is pinning down the rook, and we're gonna see rook trade right there. How is Hikaru gonna deal with the pawn on D4?
I was gonna say knight F3, but I just realized there might be knight takes F2.
Ooh.
But knight F...
He didn't play it.
Wait, but knight F2, you had to take with the knight, because if you took with the king, there would have been queen B2. So that was up in the air, probably didn't work out. So I think that Hikaru correctly was not afraid of it, but that's what I'm looking at for Jobava because he's down a pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, you gotta make the position as complicated as possible when you're down material, even if it means that you have to take a lot of risk, because what do you have to lose?
Yeah, that's true. And I think now there's potential problems on this back rank, but also the F2 pawn. So knight takes D6, drops F2. That wouldn't be good. So knight F to D2 here. And now trades?
Ooh, F5 maybe?
And played.
Where is the knight going? You have to go back to D2. Otherwise, the F2 pawn drops.
And now E5. And then E4.
Ooh.
And then E3. Right? Like...
we go again?
I mean, E5, the pawn is pinned, and you probably have to play D5. But then this pawn really just pushes itself up the board. King H7, Queen C. Look how quickly Hikaru, like, get my queen out of that pin.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Queen A7 trying to put more pressure on the pawn on D4, but knight G5 is coming there, and the king is looking very uncomfortable there on G8. C5 opening up the square of C4 for the queen, and that's not looking good for black. Queen A2 trying to stop the queen from going to the diagonal. Oh, actually, it's not enough.
A sneaky move. Ooh, E takes D4.
Wow.
Can you play queen takes D4? Because if rook takes, there's rook B8 checkmate.
Oh, what a back rank right there.
Queen B4 played and queen D5 quickly the choice of Jobava. C6, take my pawn, please, because queen to B3, and you can't trade queens. The back rank checkmate still is a problem.
Very beautiful tactic right there. Yeah, this is looking very bad for Jobava, but look at the time situation. It's as long as Jobava is not getting checkmated, he is still surviving, but this is looking very rough right now. Rook B8 is probably coming up at some point. 96, and this is looking terrible for black.
Yeah, queen D8 was nice. It was so well defended, and now white also has the extra time. So Hikaru, it was still a dicey game there, but he was able to outlast Jobava in that tactical sequence.
Exactly. Yeah. Jobava was trying his best, and he made such a good job trying to survive that, but it was not enough. Hikaru is too strong in that situation, and yeah, we are actually at match point. So if Hikaru wins this game, it's over for this match. So there's a lot at stake here for Jobava, and he needs to do his best as much as he can, and I'm sure he will.
And he trades the bishops. Hikaru does an e3, knight g4, and look at Jobava. Says, "Please take me. My rook on f1, my bishop on b3. They would like to stare at your f7 pawn." So he is inviting the capture. Double pawns are not necessarily bad pawns. Double pawns inherently open files. So, Anna-Maja, would you take on e3?
I would not want to take on e3, definitely not. The rook would be too powerful on the f file, and the f7 pawn is the biggest target in this position for white. So if there's anything that can open up and allow white to attack this pawn even more, white will be more than happy to take this opportunity.
Okay, well, it's not going to happen, unfortunately, for for Jobava's rook. And rook e3 played, and here comes f5.
Here comes f5, yeah, typical move in this position. Ooh, and now the knight on f3 is in huge trouble.
Wait, but what was h4?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was a mouse slip either, because h3 is not a move either. Yeah, I think he completely underestimated this position.
I mean, this was clearly set up by King h8. That was very surprising, considering how well Jobava has played today. That the match is going to end like this is shocking.
For sure, yeah, I totally agree. And now he's spending his time, and it's unclear what to do here.
He needed to move his queen away off the diagonal or something, but h4, that...
Yeah, specifically because of h4, things are going to be very difficult, because even if you manage to move the queen away, there will be so many problems around the king. So... yeah, this is not looking good here. He's spending so much time right now. We're looking in on their perspectives right now. Yeah, Jobava is in a deep thought right here.
Yeah, and I think he knows it's over. He just allowed Hikaru a free attack, and Hikaru, he also understands that this is about to be his Arena Kings.
Exactly. Yeah, he's considering to move the queen right now, but none of the moves are gonna be much helpful in this situation. And he's down to 1 minute now. Queen e2 he goes. And that will be followed by rook af8. And that's not looking good.
Yeah, giving up his queen. I mean, this doesn't help anything after this sequence. And simply put, a resignation ends the match.
And we see a resignation right there. Congratulations to Hikaru for winning this week's Arena Kings. What a fantastic performance. And also a fantastic performance by Jobava, playing such good chess today, earning a well-deserved second place.
Yeah, no, even the final at 3-1, I feel like the games were closer than that score. But credit to Hikaru Nakamura, even when things aren't 100% perfect for him against Benjamin Bach, he almost lost that first game of the match, even though he had a dominant position early on. Hikaru still comes out on top.
Definitely. And here we have the final bracket, everybody. Hikaru is the winner. Congratulations once again. That was a really, really fun Arena Kings. And it results... the end of this week's Arena Kings. Before we sign off, I would like to thank Robert. Thank you so much for joining me on today's coverage. It was such a blast commentating with you. It went super, super smooth. I'm honored to do this together with you.
This is our first time commentating together. I feel like it was, but I also feel like, of course, I've watched your streams and seen you cover all these events. So it's weird that it was our first time. It felt like we've been doing this forever.
Exactly. Yeah. I remember our first time was during the Tata Steel coverage, I believe in 2020, when I was invited shortly to join the broadcast, and that was just a short intermission right there. But it was definitely like as if we did this every single day.
I had a blast. I really did. And you held down the fort while I was trying to make the knockouts. Once I was knocked out, I mean, seriously, it was so great to join you.
For sure. Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you.
Of course.
All right. And before we sign off from today's show, everyone, let me remind you that Winner Stays is returning February 24. Chess.com CEO Eric is seeking his third straight win to retire to the Pantheon as he takes on the VP of Engineering, Joss Levine. And the poker section will feature Nature and Crybaby Carly both going for their second match win. It all goes down at 7 a.m. PT and 4 p.m. CET on February 24th, right here on Chess.com. And obviously, not to forget that I'm also participating, guys. I'm having my match tomorrow, 4 p.m. CET against WFM Alessia Santeramo. I'm super excited to be playing tomorrow. Sadly, Robert, it will not be my lifeline tomorrow anymore. You were such a great lifeline last time, Robert. So I'm very sad to not see you tomorrow again, but really looking forward to the other lifeline commentator I'll have for tomorrow.
Yeah, you're gonna do great. Most of my lifeline was just, hey, believe in yourself, you can do this. And of course, you did all of the work yourself. So I'm excited to be a spectator, to casually watch the winner stays. It's a very fun event. And of course, I wish you luck, and not just luck, but skill as well.
Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you so much. Hope to see y'all tomorrow, guys. Winner stays 4 p.m. CET. Don't miss out. See you next time.